Yeah, I thought your Spanish was pretty good.
It is. Well, no, not really. Like, it's what is it? Mi español es muy pequeño.
Dude, I thought you're kind of doing this Spanglish thing, right?
Yeah, it's a Spanglish thing.
Hold on. Welcome to the next episode of the Digenet Podcast. I'm Armand,
I'm Raylo, man.
You Tatum here.
and let's just jump into it. We were talking about some stuff out. What are you drinking from, Raymond?
I took my son's
Is that part
um
of a thermos?
yeah, this little thermos because I've really gotten into using the espresso machine now.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
you a
yeah.
fancy coffee guy now?
I worked at a Starbucks, man.
I
Like
know.
I actually know how to make these drinks, and I have the machine to make them. For
So
like over a year, it just sat there. And you know what? Like, just some just told me, like, man, use that thing. Like, stop just letting it just look good inside the kitchen. So yeah,
so before we go into that, we were talking earlier about what were we talking about suddenly? We were
Mustache.
Spanish, well, the mustache
this
first,
thing is yeah,
but we were talking about Raymond's Spanish proficiency, and I
yeah.
guess I mean, you get out there in the streets and you use it. I mean, I hear you.
To a certain yeah, to a certain extent.
I mean, it's conversational. I mean, like you get by in a store ordering stuff.
I get by in the store, or the thing about it, I was inside of a. I wanted to have Mexican food today, and I got by.
Yeah,
Oh, I senorita, you know what I'm saying? Like it just breaks down walls.
say that
I don't know,
again.
huh?
Say that again in the exact same
Hola,
tone. There you
señorita.
go.
Estás. That's how it instantly just breaks down barriers anytime I come in like that. And like it was funny, like my coworker realized something, like I don't know, like so one day I was out with my brother, right? And I walked I think I was trying to find something. I think I was trying to find beer or something like that. And I saw this Mexican guy. I was like, my friend, where's the beer? And like my brother was like, Ray, that was racist. Don't like don't.
Wait a second.
I was like, no, it
Why is that
wasn't.
racist?
Yeah, like I was like the same thing I said. I was like, why is that
Why is
racist?
that? Why is my friend? Where's the beer? Why is that racist?
Man, he said it was racist, right? So ever since that day, I stopped calling people. I start calling Mexicans my friend. I start calling everybody senor. It's senor and senorita. So like the other day, like my coworker realized, like, cause like there's a whole bunch of young Mexicans, and like he catching me calling the older ones senor. But the like the other day, like the younger ones walk by, I was all right, senor. I'll see you later. All right, senor. He was like, dang. So everybody's senor up in here.
You realize, oh my gosh, Raymond's going PC with this thing.
Yeah, I'm everybody's
Raymond stopped going to hey amigo, because
yeah.
and that's why you're calling my friend, right? Because my friend is a
Me
direct
and go.
translation
I
of
used to do
amigo,
that
right?
too. Yeah, I used to do that too. Now everybody is senor. It's senor and senorita, and that's just how everybody goes. I think it's a baker at the job. Like I don't know why. Well, I know why because I heard one of my friends who actually is very fluent in Spanish. She will call women and she'll be like, "Mi amor, mi amor."
Okay.
So I will come in, I'll call the baker that. I was like, "Mi amor, good morning." You know what I'm
Is the
saying?
baker female?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm making sure. I'm just double checking it there. Who knows? I
Yeah.
mean, like it could be a different situation in
Oh, no,
the
no, no,
in
no, no,
the
no. I
Raylo
was I
household.
was calling the female baker Mia Moore.
Okay.
And she told my coworker, she was like, yo, he be coming in and calling me Mia Moore like he my husband.
Oh,
I,
so she
I
so
yeah.
she didn't appreciate the familiarity.
I guess she yeah, to a certain extent, because she didn't tell me, she told my coworker. And that's why I started calling everybody senorita. Because I was just like, I didn't know what Mia Moore meant like that. I didn't know it
Wait,
was
dude. Wait, what do you think it meant?
I mean, I knew it was like my love or something like
Yeah,
that, but
right. Well, I
I,
mean, how could that possibly translate into anything else?
look, man, I got customers that call me boo and hubby, like all types of stuff. So that's why I didn't think it would be that, you know what I'm saying? Be that offensive.
I can tell you that in Spanish. That would probably be
Yeah, if her husband caught me calling
not.
her that.
I no, the word's not offensive. It's inappropriate.
Right.
It's not offensive. So it's not like I'm using the N word, right? That's offensive.
No. But that is definitely not my wife. I should not
Yeah,
be
that's
calling her
inappropriate.
and I shouldn't be calling her that at work. This is first thing in the morning. I'm walking
Yep.
in here.
Yep. Me more. Yeah, I can tell you. Yeah, right
Yeah.
there. Yeah, I can tell you that's probably a bad idea.
Yeah, man. That's why everybody's getting some respect now. Everybody's senior and senorita.
But I'm thinking,
I
man,
don't
like,
care how old you are.
with your with you in Spanish, you're out there, you're trying. It's not
Right.
like you do what I do. Like my
What?
version of Spanish is adding the letter O to the end of any word.
Oh
in
yeah,
Spanish.
yeah,
Where's the
yeah,
bathroom
yeah.
O?
Right.
Baño.
Yeah. I pick up little words like baño and comida, stuff like that, where I'm not, you know what I'm saying, totally like go to the el bathroom.
There you go. I'm looking for el bathroomo, el toileto.
Yeah.
Where-o is the bathroomo?
Or yeah, we need
¿Dónde está el
chicken.
baño?
Yeah.
We
No,
need
no.
a clean up on aisle 17, you know.
Yeah.
Uh,
You know what I'm saying? Like I can sometimes I come in, sometimes I surprise them. I'll be like, "Donde Mario?" Like he's
Dude.
next door.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. So amor is not. That's not offensive. It's just inappropriate. It's not like you're talking. It's not like you're calling every Latino dude Juan.
Nah, you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what I. That's
But
not.
if you were to call every Latino dude Juan, you're probably right 1/3 of the time.
Hey, I might.
Right? Like
About
if you encounter like what it's like, if you encounter a Korean person
yeah.
and you call them either, let me see, it's like Lee. There are maybe four or five surnames in Korea that cover pretty much 75% of the population. There are a handful of prominent surnames that cover a big chunk of the population. So you have like a 1 in 7 chance of being right when you call somebody Lee. Hey Lee, come over for a second. Okay? 1 in 7 chance, right?
Terrible.
If you're wrong, it's super offensive, right? But you have a 1 in 7 chance of being right.
Yeah, no, I don't think you want to try that with black people. Like, if you walked inside,
So if I
like
walk
say
in,
if you walked inside a restaurant, you was like Jamal.
I've seen that go bad.
I can
I've
see
seen that go real left real quick.
well, you walk in,
Yeah.
you say Jamal, and somebody's going to respond to that. If there's enough people in the room,
There's enough.
somebody will. If there's more than 20 people in the room, more than 20 black guys in the room, and you say, "Hey Jamal," somebody will probably respond.
I don't know about that one.
I think a 1 in 20 chance is pretty good.
Now,
I give you that. But
I think with like Mexicans or anybody Spanish, if you walked in and said Jose out of 20 people, there's a Jose.
Juan,
You know
or
what I'm saying?
Jose or Juan, right?
Yeah.
Actually, here's a funny one. Do you think that out of 20 black dudes, if you say, "Hey John," will one of them respond to that? Because John's
You might get a John. You might get a John.
Yep.
You might
John's
get a
pretty
John.
common, right?
John is super common.
Yeah.
I think that might happen with white people too.
Yep,
Yeah.
I think so. A certain
Yeah.
percentage of people will be named John for some reason.
Yeah.
So you can just you can just walk in and say, "Hey Jay."
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
some-
And if you now that
A letter.
you get away with
That one, I think someone will turn around, right?
Yeah. Yo, Jay, what's good?
There you
Somebody
go.
will
See, that-
turn around and be
someone
like,
turn around
"Oh,
that one.
who is this calling me?"
But I think if you want to get really offensive, you can, instead of using Juan, you can just call every Latino dude Paco.
Nah.
I think Paco would be offensive. But
Now that's offensive. Now, if like how I said, like if you walked in and was like Jose, somebody's named Jose.
yeah, that's
Somebody's named Jose.
Now I gotta say this one because I've been training and learning a little bit of Spanish. Called my boss, one of my bosses, La Jefa.
what?
You called her Lafa? What you
La
say?
Jefa. That sounds totally terrible in English, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know.
The word's jefe.
Yeah.
Jefa and for lady.
No, yeah. Calling her Jefa is a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I said that doesn't even sound right because she's Spanish. She's like,
Wait, is
That's
Jefa
right.
the female version of jefe?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Really?
I believe so.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's supposed to have an A and it's supposed to have a line in front of it.
I don't know. I thought that jefe was just chief in any gender. See,
it'll be la jefe.
See that's why Spanish, like language like Spanish, is just it's like Spanish and German. Both those languages have genders for all the words, which is annoying, right? Because by changing one little thing, it makes it the gender changes around, right? Why can't it be like English, where chief is chief no matter how you say it? What's up, chief? But then again, you can't say that to a Native American, because now that's offensive.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
See, but that's the funny part. When I'm in Washington State, I like, I'm like, yes, when somebody calls me chief.
Really?
Yeah, because that means they think I'm Native American. I can get away with all sorts of crap.
You can get away with a lot more.
So if I'm there at the pier and I'm crabbing or I'm fishing, as a regular American, I can only have one line in the water. I can't have a bunch of unattended lines. I can only have one. I'd be actively fishing with one rod, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I bring something in, I got to measure it. If it's too small, I can't keep it. If it's too, there's rules, right? Like when you go crabbing, like Dungeness crab is a really good crab. But when you bring it in, there's this device that they have. It's a weird ruler thing, and you put it up against the carapace, and the crab has to be a certain size on the carapace to keep it. Okay, and it cannot be female. So if it's too small, you can't keep it. If it's female of the right size, you still can't keep it, right? But as a Native American, none of that applies to you, right?
Because they'll land anyway.
So if I'm crabbing, right, if I'm out there crabbing, and here comes the freaking fish and game guy, right, and he's inspecting everybody's stuff. As he walks towards me, he'll say, when he says, "Hey, chief, how's it going?" As soon as he says, "Hey, chief," I know I'm good.
Wow. How many times have you had this happen?
Dude, when I was living there, like every weekend, somebody would call me chief, and I knew that everything was good.
Wow.
Right? Because now my bucket of fish or my bucket of crab, they're not going to inspect it. Like actually, so I was crabbing, and all the white guys were sitting there. They have their licenses and their tags, and the game guy is like measuring every crab. Issuing citations, right? He's walking towards me. He goes, "Hey, chief, how's it going?" I'm like, "It's a great day," right? And he walks up, he looks at my bucket, and he says, this is exactly what he said: "You're eating good tonight."
Ah.
Yeah. And he walked on, and all these the white dudes who were fishing with me were just grumbling. Because I've been watching them throwing shit back, right? And they're measuring, they're throwing shit back. And here's me dragging up that freaking little 2-ring thing and just putting them all in. I mean, I'm tossing the tiny ones because I don't want to, because I have no limit either. I can keep as many as I want.
Right.
So I don't want to have a bunch of tiny crabs inside there. I'm tossing this. I'm not necessarily following the rules about how I'm keeping some that are marginally too small.
Right.
But for the most part, I'm trying to stick because I want big crabs.
Right.
Okay. And I'm keeping the females too, because this time of year, these things are going to have the roe inside. I like the orange stuff inside the shell. I mean, like the females have that, and the males won't, right? And I love that stuff. I mean, okay, actually, so when I get a female crab that has eggs on the outside, I toss it back.
Oh,
because it's pretty depleted. When they've already produced eggs, the meat's been depleted. You don't want that. But if you get a female crab that's heavy for its size and has not produced eggs, so what's inside the shell, the orange stuff, okay? Have you ever had a sea urchin before when you had sushi?
I don't think I have.
It's very expensive.
I wouldn't say I have. Yeah,
it's expensive. It's good stuff. But what that is that's not meat. Those are the reproductive organs. Those are the gonads of the sea urchin.
Oh wow!
The ovaries, technically, I guess they're like that's what it is. So when they get a sea urchin, they crack that sucker open. You see 2 layers of that's the sea urchin's reproductive organs, right? Reproductive system. That's the same thing in a crab, female crab. The orange stuff inside there, that is the organs prior to releasing. Because once they release those eggs, that's all depleted inside the crab. Okay, so that's why when I pull up a female crab and it's got eggs on the outside, I just toss it back. Okay, but if I pull up a female crab and there's the outside is egg free, yeah, keeping that sucker, especially if it's heavy. Yeah, but as a regular fisherman, I couldn't do that. But as a Native American fisherman,
yes, you can.
yes. Dude, I was watching the Native Americans. See, I never liked doing this, but I was watching Native American guys fishing. What they would do is like, you know, when salmon's in season, they would get like a rod designed for tuna. So that's really strong rod, and they're using like 100-pound test or more. So you guys may not fish a lot, but when you go fishing, the line has a thing called test. So it tells you at what point the line, how much weight it can handle before it will break or before it's weak, right? So you buy this line designed for ocean fishing. You can buy 100+ pound test, like 150-pound fish won't even dent this thing, right? Then what they'll do is they'll put a lead sinker on the end of the line, the size of like a baseball. So it weighs like 3 to 5 pounds, and then they'll put 5 huge hooks on the line. We're talking like jokingly big hooks, and they'll throw it across the river, and they'll quickly reel it back in, and they'll snag the fish. So any fish that comes across this, that gigantic hook will grab it by part of its body, and it'll just. I've seen guys taking in 2 or 3 salmon at a time doing that. Highly illegal for anybody else to do.
Really?
You can't fish that way. You're supposed to put something out there that attracts the fish, and they bite on the line. Okay, that's snag fishing. That's just like dynamite fishing or net fishing. You can't do that.
I wonder how dynamite fish tastes.
No, okay. So when you throw in so the dynamite, well, obviously any fish next to the dynamite will just be chowder, right?
Yeah.
But they're all stunned. So like the reverberating shock waves in the water knock these fish out, and they float right up.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they're not really dead. They're actually just
they might be dead.
Unconscious.
They might be dead. They might be unconscious. Either way, they're not going to really recover. And so once they pop up, you just get a dip net and you just get them all. The Native Americans don't. I've never seen any one of them do that. I'm not sure they're allowed to.
That's crazy. I mean,
just because it is very harmful in the environment.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the natives are allowed to dynamite fish. And even if they were, I don't think they would.
Do you like? I remember, like me and my friend, like we have these conversations because he's a vegetarian. Do you feel that like fish are like sentient life?
Yeah, they think.
But like, so like my rebuttal is I feel like fish are put on here for a reason. And it's for us to eat them.
I mean, I guess any animal is put out there for that reason. I mean, okay, so I'm not gonna talk.
No, I mean, there's some animals that are there to make sure that the ecosystem doesn't get overran by certain animals.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a thing. See, so I'm not gonna get religious about it, right? Because that's a whole different. Yeah,
that's all the
thing, right? But I just think that. Okay, so I love animals, right? I mean, like to a degree, like I'm a big dog person,
right?
I'd never eat a dog, right? But here's the reality of it. The reason why I'd never eat a dog, the reason why most people in the Western will never eat a dog, is because we view them as household members. They're the thing about dogs. Human beings have altered the course of dogs' evolution.
Right.
They originally were wolves.
Right.
And the wolves that were friendly, like there were certain traits that allowed us to befriend some of these wolves, and over time we've domesticated those animals, right?
Right.
And the thing is, we domesticated them as companions and work animals, so they keep us company and they help us with work. Okay. Now, other parts of the world have eaten dogs for centuries. Okay, so there are other
China, Korea.
There actually is a breed of dogs specifically for eating in Korea.
Okay.
But they're no less intelligent. That's the problem. They can be just as affectionate and intelligent as regular dogs.
Yeah.
And
I think anything can be affectionate and intelligent. Like it's just like Like I got a raccoon problem right now, where it's like I'm battling the raccoon.
Raccoons are cool, but they're a pain in the ass.
They're paying that. Like I know if I really wanted to make the raccoon my pet, I could. But if I wanted to kill it and eat it, I could do that too.
Actually, I don't think we. I mean, certain okay. So that's what
I
it comes
wouldn't
down.
want to eat a raccoon because I've heard it's nasty. But
Yeah,
I'm just
see,
saying.
that's what it comes down to. I think that there are certain animals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, some animals we won't eat because we become too accustomed to them as companions. That's why we don't eat dogs.
Right.
Right. Okay, but in other parts of the world, they look at them as food. Okay.
Right.
Now, but then there are other animals that we don't eat because they don't taste good. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, let's think about that. And there's others that we don't eat because we connect them with disease.
Like a raccoon.
Well, raccoons I think don't taste good.
I mean, but also like because it's like my thing is like I call it the circle of life, right? The circle of life in the hood for me is that once I see the cats, after the cats, I'm gonna see the possum. After I see the possum, then I'll see the raccoon. After I see the raccoon, I'll see the coyote. Because the coyote runs away the raccoon or eats the raccoon. And then the raccoon will eat the possum. And then you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's the circle of life.
Actually, so possum is something that people eat down south. I've heard of people eating possum.
Yeah.
I've heard of that. But people don't eat rats in America, but they eat them in other countries.
They do. Because I mean, it honestly is abundant. And
Yeah.
like when you think about it, it probably would be good to eat because they don't have bones, right?
They do, dude. It's a mammal. They have bones.
But they carry a lot of disease.
Rats have bones for sure.
They have bones for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then how can they squeeze in small spaces?
Well, because their bones are more flexible.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, but rats, they definitely have bones. They have bones.
Okay. I'm tripping.
And in the Philippines, they eat these. They're called. There's a part of the Philippines where they eat field rats.
Okay.
These are rats you find normally in. They eat rice.
Yeah, but rats like that don't have disease. Rats out here probably have disease.
I guess. I mean, who knows if they have disease or not? But we just equate them with.
No, it depends on what they're eating.
Yeah, they're nasty things, right?
Yeah.
The same.
I mean, but if it's a field rat, it's probably eating rice.
See, the same way that Jewish people are not supposed to eat scavenging fish.
Yeah.
Like, I guess it's fish without scales are the ones that are not supposed to eat. And generally speaking, like catfish is really what they are. And
right.
Catfish rummage about in all sorts of nasty
all
stuff.
types of water
feeders.
But
they also don't eat things like lobsters and crabs because crabs are also scavengers.
Bottom feeders.
But see, that's where I get a lot of my philosophy on eating stuff because I feel the same way. I mean, I read that in the book and it made sense. These are like bottom feeders and they have a purpose. They actually are cleaning the ocean floor. You know what I'm saying? They're built to clean the ocean. So yeah, you probably shouldn't eat a catfish. The only thing is now we have catfish that are raised in farms.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Where it's like even like with pork. I mean, I wouldn't trust that these pigs are like, you know what I'm saying, farm raised and fed properly. I'm pretty much sure that they're eating slop. So I wouldn't eat really pork unless you're ready to like, you know what I'm saying, digest something that you shouldn't be digesting all the time.
Well, but okay, so we were having this discussion before. My mother's a dietitian, right?
Uh-huh.
She's a nutritionist. And so we were talking about, the rise of all these strange, I don't want to call them diseases, but human beings are having all sorts of different, medical afflictions.
Right.
And a big part of it, I mean, like you're talking about not eating pork because you don't trust what it eats, right?
Right.
At the same time, though, industrial farming feeds its animals all sorts of unnatural things to make them bigger.
True.
Right. So I think a lot of what's the blame for these diseases we pick up nowadays is what we eat. Whether it's unnaturally raised animals, cows are bigger than they ever have been before. Chickens are ridiculously large. Right.
Right.
whether it's the antibiotics and all the unnatural hormones they give to animals, or
Right.
it's the preservatives in something as simple as a loaf of bread, right?
Yeah.
We didn't have those in the old days. I was
No.
watching a YouTube video, and these two guys were gonna the whole exercise was to compare equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but my takeaway was more about the food. So they were going on like a 6-day camping trip.
Mm-hmm.
Each 2 days they were going to camp like it's a different era. So they started with the 1925.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they had all the gear that they would have had in 1925. Okay, the same kind of tents, everything was authentic. The shoes, the clothing, the material, everything was from 1925, including the food. So the food was styled as like back then. So they had naturally cured bacon. They
Okay.
had the day one. They had these nice packed sandwiches that they made with freshly baked bread. It was nice stuff. And then they had canned corned beef, which you had back then, and canned beans, like unprocessed. They had all this stuff, and the food was good. The natural coffee, everything was. They had that. And when they switched from 1925 to 1975, because they went by every 50 years, right? They went from 1925 to 1975, and then to 2025, right?
Mm-hmm.
They said that the biggest difference between 1975 and 1925, the gear was better. So they were more comfortable in the gear. The clothing, the performance gear was better. But the food took a nosedive because now everything, it was a shift from proteins and fats to predominantly everything made of sugar.
Mm.
Right. So they had like, the mac and cheese, so like mac and cheese in a box.
Right.
They had mac and cheese in the
Oh,
box.
yeah.
Then they had white bread, loafed white bread. Everything was now predominantly processed sugar. It was all carbs.
Yeah.
So they said the food took a distinct downturn. And you think about it, like, early food before the Industrial Revolution, everything was natural.
Right.
There was no preservatives. Of course, the result was, the food was fresher, but the food went bad quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's fresh.
And things that were designed to last long were cooked. Like they also had hardtack. If you don't know what hardtack is, it's essentially a biscuit with the consistency of a desk.
Uh-huh.
It's like a piece of wood. That's why it goes hard. So in order to consume hardtack, you had to soak it in liquid.
Mm.
Then it became edible.
Mm.
So hardtack was used by the pioneers because it kept forever.
Mm.
It was like, imagine bread baked with no moisture. That's what it is. So it's like fiberboard,
Mm.
right? So there's nothing in it that's going to spoil, but you can't eat it by itself. If you want to eat it by itself, you're sitting there gnawing. Imagine gnawing on a shoe. That's what hardtack is like.
Right.
But there's zero preservatives. It's 100% natural. So look at what we put in our bodies. So so we were talking about it, and I mostly cook. I don't buy a lot of stuff outside.
Yeah.
So I cook my food. So my vegetables start off as a full-on carrot. Like, I made a pot roast the other day, and here are the ingredients.
Mm.
Okay, 4 pounds of chuck roast. A nice piece of chuck. Of course, there's going to be some antibiotics in that. Even though it's a cut of real meat, there's not as good as the meat would have been in 1920. Anyway, so 4 pounds of chuck roast, carrots, celery, onion, garlic.
Mm.
Okay. I used chicken broth as I could have used beef broth, but I didn't have any, so I went with natural chicken broth, salt and pepper, 2 sprigs of fresh thyme.
Mm.
Okay, and then half cup of Cabernet Sauvignon added to the sauce at the end after I finished braising this thing.
Right.
So I browned it, and I browned it in butter.
Mm.
So I browned the meat. I sprinkled salt and pepper on the meat, and browned it on all sides in butter in a cast iron enamel lined cast iron Dutch oven.
Mm.
Okay, browned that meat, took it out, Then I sautéed the vegetables. I cut the celery, onions, and carrot up. It wasn't diced, but it was fine chopped. I sautéed all that together. Okay. Then I tossed in the minced garlic, and then minced garlic and a teaspoon of sugar, 2 teaspoons of sugar maybe, and then I put in the thyme. I let it get let the aroma release. Then I poured in the chicken stock, and took a nice wooden spoon, scraped up all the fond in the bottom of the pan.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I reintroduced the beef, which I had removed from the pan and reserved in the plate. Scooped in all the drippings, popped it in an oven, 300 degrees, and let it go for 4 hours, turning every 30 minutes. Right? See, when I describe what I made it out of, 100% natural. No preservatives in that, unless you count salt as a preservative, which it is in a way. But it's just salt to taste. It wasn't like I'm dropping in there, right?
Yeah.
See, that's the kind of food that most Americans don't eat anymore. If they have beef stew or a pot roast, they bought it in a can, and it's probably loaded with preservatives. Like Dinty Moore is a common brand of beef stew in a can.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I like to make my own beef stew.
I mean, because you just made me think. Like I cooked last week. And I used tons of preservatives. I made
what kind of preservatives?
Well, I made a teriyaki salmon over white rice and then some spinach. To make the teriyaki salmon, of course, brown sugar, teriyaki sauce, soy sauce. To make my sauce to go on top, I had used mayo, mustard, ketchup, and sriracha sauce.
Okay, so a bunch of processed sauces.
Yeah, and then seasoning, lemon pepper, garlic pepper.
Okay.
Yeah, lemon pepper and then garlic salt.
Yeah, so normally when I cook, I don't use any of those, that kind of seasonings. I follow the natural.
I should just really be using pepper and adding lemon to it.
Yeah. Okay, so the other day I made chicken piccata. Okay, and that is chicken breast. I pounded it thin. So I butterflied it, pounded it thin, hit it with some salt and pepper, dredged it in some high quality flour, really lightly dredged, and then I popped it in. So the pan I used butter. Okay, I used butter and some olive oil, and I browned that. So I browned that chicken. Okay, and there was a nice fond in the pan, and so I deglazed that. So I had some lemons. Some white wine. So I got a nice dry white wine, and so you squeeze the lemon juice in there, put in the wine, let it reduce, then you hit it with some capers. Okay, so pop some capers inside there and some shaved garlic. And what else was in there? Capers, garlic, and some parsley, Italian flat leaf parsley. And that was how I constructed the sauce. But before that, I had browned some mushrooms. And I do that ahead of time because if you put the mushrooms into the sauce, number one, okay, I like to brown it because mushrooms will release a lot of liquid, and I don't want the sauce to be too liquidy. Okay. Now in that sauce, at the end, I dropped in the equivalent of a full stick of butter.
Oh wow!
Right, cubed, and I swirled it to emulsify it. And so the sauce bound, and it was a really good piccata sauce that I served on top of that chicken.
Are you using unsalted or salted butter?
Unsalted butter.
Yeah, my girlfriend loves chicken piccata. I'm probably gonna try that next time.
You should try it. I mean, like mine is excellent. See, there's the thing. So, I cook like this because I owned a fine dining restaurant.
Right.
And I designed the menu, so I can cook.
Right.
And so I like to cook using all natural ingredients. I try not to use, I don't use lemon pepper. Lemon pepper, lemon salt, garlic salt. There's flavoring in them. I mean, it's unnatural.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I'm gonna use, I'll just use garlic. if there's me garlic, I'll use lemon. I don't buy ground pepper. I buy peppercorns.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It is. I guess it's going to make me step my game up because really, I think I just I've just reignited my flame for cooking. No pun intended. Um, and now, like how I said, like lemon pepper, garlic pepper, and stuff like that. I use those type of seasonings because, of course, I'm getting a specific flavor.
Yeah.
But then it's like you gotta realize, like I'm hopped into this game kind of ignorant. So it's like I'm taking basic recipes from like I'm getting from my mom, and then adding my own, and I just know those are my bases: lemon pepper, garlic salt, regular salt. You know what I'm saying? What else I use? Bouillon, chicken bouillon,
Yeah, I
tomato
mean, yeah,
bouillon.
I'll use that. I mean, like, I have it in my pantry in
Yeah,
case I want to cook something and I don't have like a container of high quality broth.
right.
I'll do a bouillon. That's not a problem too much.
But I guess what what I'm understanding now, because it's like I think, well, with me rekindling my flame, of course I want to start cooking for people again. So eventually, like, I want to be able to go out and cook for people, but give them that fine dining type of experience. But in order to do that, yeah, I can't just use lemon pepper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I like, people will probably look down upon me if they find out that that's what I use. Even though, like, I was just talking to one of my friends today about it. I've been to a lot of taco spots, especially in LA. Nobody makes tacos like me. Like, it's just I've actually gotten to a point where I'm like, damn, I'm actually unique out here. I need to cook more where I can prove this point. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's a taco, it's something really, really basic. But the way I cook my chicken is not like Mexicans don't cook chicken the way I cook chicken.
Okay.
Mexicans don't put cheese on tacos a lot of times.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think, like, where I knew I had something a little bit different was when I had the restaurant. Like, I used to have this one worker that used to come in because we were right next door to a mechanic shop. So all the mechanics used to come in there, right? It was one particular mechanic that didn't speak English. The only time he spoke English, he was like, "What is this? And why does this taste like this?" That was the only time he actually spoke English to us. Like, I mean, like, we'll just tell him the price. He taco. Okay, that's it. The only other time he ever said, he was like, "What is this? Why does it taste like this?" And the only thing I could tell him is because of the cheese, and of course, like, how I make chicken. Like, I don't dice chicken. Like, I braise my chicken. You know what I'm saying? I do citrus marinated chicken, where it comes out way more tender.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't on no bone. It's way thicker. You know what I'm saying? And I'm using chicken thighs, so it comes out different.
Mm.
Even I don't use carne asada. Like, I'm either using brisket or
Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
do a smash burger taco. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm about to do Martin Luther King Day. This is gonna be the first time I cook for the whole entire year, and this is gonna set everything off. I'm gonna do brisket tacos. I'm gonna do chicken tacos, but I'm gonna do brisket and grits. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying. But it's like, you'll be amazed. Even how we do brisket. I was just telling my coworker about my experience with brisket and dealing with barbecue people. Where I surprised the hell out of barbecue people because I don't smoke my meat, but it comes out like it was.
And Quentin's like, he's looking off screen at like, a can or something.
Nah, I'm actually looking up recipes, man. I've never eaten the chicken piccata, so I was curious
Chicken
about it.
piccata is
You
excellent.
never had
I
chicken
love chicken
piccata?
piccata. Love that.
Yeah, we
I
got my girlfriend. I think the best one that she gets is from the Cheesecake Factory.
mm,
And I don't know. I don't look at the Cheesecake Factory as the best place, but we've gone a couple places, and the chicken piccata was trash.
yeah,
But at the Cheesecake Factory, that's the only one she like going to.
piccata is excellent. It really is one of the best things you can make.
Yeah.
And see, I cook, so I'm curious. I wanted to know what it looked like.
It's funny. I serve my chicken piccata sometimes with a side of a it's like a like pesto, noodles with
Hmm.
pesto.
Oh yeah. That's no noodles.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. But yeah, I mean, like I try to cook all natural. I mean, like I try
Mm.
to use whole ingredients when I cook, just because I mean I can control what I eat, right?
But
Yeah.
truly, it tastes better. You
What's
get the
that?
flavor. You get
Yeah,
the flavor. When you use real garlic versus garlic powder,
yeah.
you get the actual garlic flavor and
But there's
taste.
of course there's more work.
Yeah, but
Yeah, and
the
that's why I
actual
gotta start
taste.
doing the work.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I find it's worth the time. And I try to eat naturally. I try not to eat out if I can. Um, but yeah, but that's could be a root cause of why there's so many problems because we put so much weird hormones in our bodies through the meats we get.
Yeah,
And
true.
that's the one thing that I don't do. Some guys would go to the route of like like I have on the East Coast, my cousins, they'll buy a cow. You ever seen that? Where like they'll like you go to a farm and you essentially early on you buy a cow and they raise that cow and then they butcher it for you, and now you have
Mm.
hundreds of pounds of meat, right?
Mm.
My cousins would do something like that, and so it's raised sustainably. It's raised without hormones.
Hmm.
Um, and so, but I don't go that route. I don't. I mean, I'm not. I'm okay going to the supermarket and buying what's there. Okay, in
Yeah,
terms of
I
meat.
think I want to get to that point though. Not if I was able to raise a cow, I'm charging crazy prices.
Oh no, no,
Like,
they don't raise a cow. They buy a cow that somebody's raised. I mean, like they go to the
oh
farm.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they go to the
Well,
farm and
even
raise it.
that, if I went and bought a cow, like what we was talking to Lee about, well, if I went and bought me a cow, and then say if I grew my own vegetables, yeah, I'm charging
Oh,
crazy
of course,
prices.
yeah. There's more work involved in that,
Heck
right?
yeah. I mean, but like it's like how you said it's worth it. It's just extra
Now,
work.
what's funny is this. So I've had, I've in the Philippines, chickens aren't. I mean, yeah, there's some big farm chickens, but a lot of the stuff you find in these small markets are chickens raised by small farmers, right?
Yeah.
And the funny difference is this. I mean, like you get a chicken here, like when you go to the
Hmm.
market and you buy a package of chicken legs or thighs or breasts,
Hmm.
they're gigantic. So when you compare them to chickens you get in the Philippines, it's almost like I mean they're tiny chickens. They're
Hmm.
regular size as they should have been chickens, right?
Uh,
Machine looking.
But you can totally see how U.S. commercial farming creating these mutant chickens with huge breasts and gigantic thighs and legs,
yeah.
right, is better for, I mean, for making money in terms of you get
Profits.
more meat in that sucker versus a natural
Oh,
chicken. It's like scrawny little thing, right? And the funny thing is that they keep people who buy chickens in the Philippines talk about how much more flavorful they are, right?
Hmm.
But I'm used to American chickens, so I guess
The big
Philippine chickens
ones.
are too gamey for me. They're they're like hunting a chicken, like like
Uh-huh.
it's like a wild bird, and so they're tougher. Okay, there is a difference in flavor. The flavor is stronger, yes, it is, but I kind of like the mild chicken you get from an American farm.
Yeah.
Right? I know just what I prefer because I was that's what I'm raised with. But so have you guys ever eaten something that's been hunted?
No, I
Dude,
actually haven't.
no,
so
but I've eaten real live chicken eggs from a
oh dude, like fresh eggs are
farm. They're
different.
red. They're
Yeah,
not yellow. They're
they're
red.
different. They're different. They do taste richer. Like there was a period of time where someone I know has a duck farm, and I had like 300 duck eggs here, and I was eating eggs
Mm.
constantly. Duck eggs from a farm are super rich. They're larger, and it throws off your recipes a little bit because what would
Bigger
take
egg.
6 eggs, you can use three of those.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, but wild game has a different taste to it, and they describe the flavor as gamey,
Hmm.
right?
No,
And
I've eaten wild rabbit.
yeah, wild rabbit is kind of gamey. It's stringy.
Mm.
I'm not a huge fan of it, just because of its the texture. I guess if you stew it long enough, it loses that stringiness,
Hmm.
right? But yeah, I mean, there was a period of time where like we were consuming wild pigs,
Yeah.
like those things. I mean, But yeah, I don't go to that degree. I mean, I'm not gonna spend that much time sourcing my meats. I mean, I'm perfectly fine going to Stater Brothers
Yeah,
and grabbing my
I
stuff.
have a nice little system of going to
Yeah,
groceries, like grocery. I mean, I'm not a grocery store, but restaurant stores to get my meat because, of course, I'm getting it cheaper.
yeah. I'm not a big fan of deer. Like I don't do venison. I'm not really
Yeah,
that.
I heard it's not that. It ain't all that.
I
It's
mean,
got
it's
a
a different
weird
it's a different
taste.
flavor, different texture.
Yeah.
They're lean.
I-
They're super lean. So I've had venison sausage,
mm,
and they mix that with pork fat.
mm-hmm.
So when they ground that meat up to make sausages, they take the big chunks of deer, venison, and they also have big chunks of pork fat that they put in the grinder with it to give it that moisture. Because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, I mean, if you ever had like a venison steak, it's dry. I mean, it's super super dry.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't like it that much. Like goat's the same way. Not a big goat fan. I don't do a lot of goat.
Mm. No, I was trying to find it. There's so it's a big creator. I'm trying to remember his name. Hold on, let me see if I can find him. There we go. 44 million. What is it? Brendan Hardison. He's known for like he has like a big deep fryer, like a big
Mm.
like couple gallon deep fryer where you gotta and he'll have a whole bunch of chicken and he'll like fry the chicken that way, right? So this recent video that he just posted, he did bear gumbo. So like
Bears, no. I mean, like I don't. I mean, like I've heard. I've never had it, but I've heard
uh
people describe the taste of bear as not being that good.
look, the way he was explaining, he was like, look, if I didn't tell you it was bear, you wouldn't even knew it was bear.
Really?
Oh yeah, man. And like in the video, of course he has like like and he has it on fold out tables. Like he had it
Okay.
on fold out tables with foil on it. You can see that as a bear because he still has the claws intact. You know what I'm saying? Like he skinned everything, but the feet you can still like, oh damn, it's a bear. And he chops it down. You can see him. He seasons the bear. Um, boom, cuts off a couple pieces of the bear, and he made bear gumbo on
Wait a
Instagram.
second. Where did you get bear from?
Yeah, man, I
See,
don't
because
know.
I don't see from what I know. Okay, so I
Uh,
don't. I don't really hunt, right? But I know
yeah.
a bit about it,
Uh,
and there's. I don't. I don't think that you can hunt bear.
shoot, the way he was
I guess you
this was
can.
this is his point of view. I mean, his the point of the story was you could put me anywhere inside the forest and I'm gonna eat. That's pretty much what he said he was
Put it up
going to do.
outside though. The whole
Huh?
thing was outside. He was grilling outside.
Yeah, everything he does is outside. This is the first time I ever. Most of the time, he's usually frying something. I think I've seen him fry rabbit before, but the bear that was a little bit different. He got 44 million views on Instagram
Oh
from
yeah, I
it.
believe that because like, when's the last time you saw a person eat a bear?
Bear's a thick leg.
Oh, he
Yeah.
frying everything. He got a fried snake. Of
You
course,
know,
always.
I can so yeah, they do hunt bear. I remember. Okay, so obviously they do because I've seen mounted bear. I've seen big ass stuffed bears, right?
Right.
And I guess if you're going to take an animal as a trophy, you might as well eat it,
Yeah.
right?
Why not?
Like
But
okay,
you
so
can't just. You got to season that thing though. You
yeah,
seasoning
there,
that
there's
thing.
certain things that I can agree with. Like for example, deer. As
Mm.
we've eliminated their natural predators, deer can become overabundant. And
Yeah.
yeah, we got to keep those numbers down. I can see that. But certain things, I don't agree with hunting them. Like there's a good example, okay? Bears, right?
Hmm.
I don't think that we're at a point where we have to control their numbers because
Yeah.
they don't have any natural. I mean, they don't have predators. Nothing else
Mm.
out there competes with them, right? So deer get out of control because we've taken out their predators, and
Right.
because their predators are gone, they're multiplying too fast. I can
Right.
see keeping those numbers under control. Things like deers, rabbits, stuff like that, right? But I don't think there's not enough bear to begin with right now. So I can't really see if you're hunting bear and just because you want a trophy, right? And I can't really see the justify because people don't normally eat them because they're not that good.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
it takes too much work to make them taste good, right? I guess. But I guess if you're gonna hunt a bear, you should consume it.
Right.
If you are gonna take a bear as a trophy, you should consume it. Like I don't really like in the other animals. I don't think that. Well, they used to hunt moose all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you're gonna take a moose, you better consume that sucker.
Yeah.
Right. Things like ram. People. If you're gonna eat take, you might as well eat it.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, if a ram ran up on me the wrong way and I had to lay it down, yeah, I might eat it. I mean, it depends on the circumstance.
Nowadays, when a ram runs up on you, you gotta lay it down. That means you hit it with your car.
Yeah, right.
Dude, I remember
you run into my car, I'm gonna eat you.
When I was a kid, one of my uncles showed up at my house. Right, we have a chest freezer. One of my uncles showed up at my house in New Jersey. Right, I was less than 10 years old. He showed up with a deer.
Roadkill.
Because he hit it. He hit that sucker, and rather than waste it, he threw it in the back of his station wagon because it's the 70s and everybody's got a station wagon. So he threw it back, and ours was the closest house. He showed up, and they butchered this deer in my basement. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, put some stuff down. You know what I'm saying? Make sure it don't get everywhere.
So, oh man,
we're gonna eat this thing.
What did you take that down with? Oh, unleaded. You know,
right.
Front end.
Good old American ingenuity right there.
Yeah, so, but yeah, I mean, I prefer my meat from the supermarket, and I prefer to eat. Yeah, I'm not that I'm not adventurous. It's just that, you know, when it comes to wild animals, they're gonna be stringy, they're gonna be gamey. I'd prefer just to eat beef.
Yeah.
Get my beef from the market, and there you go.
Yeah.
Than do that. I remember we were in the desert once, and we ended up getting a rabbit.
You killed it?
Well, like one of the guys I was with shot a rabbit with a shotgun. Right.
Wow.
And it was me and somebody else. Like, dude, you just got to eat that thing. We made him eat it. Right.
Dang.
Oh, it was the nastiest thing you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, I heard rabbit is nasty.
We didn't really come equipped to cook anything because we had brought canned foods. We brought some corned beef. We were just ready to be out there, and we had some MREs. I mean, we just had like military rations. We had some canned food, and we were gonna just out there. We were out there shooting.
Yeah.
And one of the dudes, younger guy, a rabbit just bolted, and he hit it. He took it out. I'm like, oh shit, you got to eat that now. So he's like, yeah, okay. And unfortunately, I tried a bit of it, and it was like, yeah. We didn't have any seasonings, right? So we prepared it and we cooked it without any salt, nothing seasoned, no seasonings.
No,
it was just beyond that, picking out all the bird shot because he got it with a shotgun. So there was all this. I mean, you were picking out little bird shot, taking out little pellets the entire time. It was nasty.
Mm-hmm.
After a couple bites, we said, we tried. This was not. And honestly, and that thing was stringy looking. I mean, that thing was skinny to begin with. And I think it was old. I mean, like, if we were going to do that right, we should have braised that thing. We should have popped it in there with some onions and garlic and some root vegetables, braised it till it was tender. We should have done that. But we were not prepared for that. So we ended up cooking it like the Brazilian style. So we had the fire. We had it splayed out. We butterflied it, and we put it on steaks in front of the fire.
Oh yeah. You ain't gonna get no good.
It was dry as hell. I mean, like it was like rabbit jerky.
Yeah, you're not gonna get. Nah,
I
see. Yeah,
it was nasty.
If you had a pot, you was able to braise it. That would have been some
pop some onions inside there, some garlic, some root vegetables, and braise that sucker. That would have been nice, but
right.
Like I'd say, if ideally we'd have salt, we'd have skinned it, we'd have salt and peppered it, we'd have browned that. Now maybe put a little flour, brown. I mean, done like a cacciatore kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That would have worked, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But we had nothing. We had absolutely nothing, and we were in the Nevada desert, so there was nothing to be had anyway. You're not going to look around for any root vegetables growing in the hard Nevada ground. Ain't happening. Okay. Luckily, nobody got sick from it because it was pretty unpleasant. And we made sure to cook it all the way through, right? Because some freaking wild animal did we, and yeah, in the process of cooking it all the way through, we pretty much dried it out to nothing. So it was kind of like eating bark. It was nice, not pleasant. And we got on a strange tangent. Let's talk about crap that's happening around the world today.
Well, hold on, because we on food. Where are we gonna start with? Because I got a food related thing.
Okay, let's start with that.
Because I got a nice little food related question, right?
Okay.
Have you heard of Mr. Tenderism?
No. What is that?
Mr. Tenderism.
Is that a person?
It's a person.
Okay.
It's an old black guy. So he went.
Oh, taste this meat. That guy.
Yeah. Okay. So he's gone viral because he got the most tenderest meat in all the land, right? You can pick up his oxtails and jiggle it, and the meat falls off.
Okay.
You pick up like what did it say? He got pork ribs, bird ribs, regular ribs, brisket. Everything falls off the bone. It's everything.
He's braising this stuff, isn't he?
I don't know, man. I don't know what Mr.
No, dude. In order to get oxtail to fall off the bone, you got to braise. There's no way to see. Okay, so now we're talking this. I'll give my honest opinion of Caribbean food. Okay, maybe authentic Caribbean food is cooked that way, but when dealing with oxtail, I mean, as a restaurant owner, if you want the best oxtail, you're gonna braise it. Right, and you're gonna braise it until it's tender and fall off the bone tender, right? It improves it dramatically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every time I've had oxtail in a Caribbean restaurant, it hasn't been cooked long enough. Of course, it's cooked all the way through, but it's tough still. I mean, like it's, like Raymond's saying, you should be able to pick that bone up and shake it, and everything should fall off it.
Right.
That's how it should be, but it's never like that in a Caribbean restaurant.
No, well, this isn't a Caribbean restaurant, and this is actually where a lot of this is what's going on with Mr. Tenderism right now. This is a smokehouse. Oh. So the name of the place is called Destination Smokehouse, and it's in Marietta, Georgia. Marietta is like up north from Atlanta, probably like 20, 30 minutes away from Atlanta. So he's gone viral. Rappers be going there. Everybody be going to see Mr. Tenderism. So the food blogger Keith Lee decided to go and check out Mr. Tenderism. And the way Keith Lee does his, I'm just gonna say videos, he goes inside the place and then he does a food review inside of his car. He has a very particular, yeah. He talks about he went to go see Mr. Tenderism. He said he had $5,000 to see Mr. Tenderism, but he said Mr. Tenderism walks around with 4 bodyguards inside the restaurant now. Because I guess he's so viral that he got people around him. So Keith Lee wanted to speak to Mr. Tenderism, but they said that, Mr. Tenderism don't have time for him pretty much.
Wow. So
this is what happens though. It comes to light out of this whole Keith Lee experience that Mr. Tenderism doesn't own this restaurant. Mr. Tenderism is just really like a chef in this restaurant called Destination Smokehouse. He's actually owned by this man named Nick Yepperman. Pretty much his family owned a coffee shop. He took over the coffee shop and turned it into a barbecue restaurant.
Okay.
So the whole black community is mad because they've been trying to support this man and everything like that, and finding out that it's actually a white man behind the whole thing. So, like, me, like, I'm in it now, so I be commenting and everything like that, and I like people was like, "Is this a thing? Like, should we be mad? Like, is it racist that black people always like go to race when it's something like this?" And like, my main comment was just like, black people just want to start seeing more black owned restaurants. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like my restaurant. Like even this week, like I feel like when people find out that the owners are Armenian, it fucks their head up.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I get it, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sorry that you feel this way, but it is what it is. Like Mr. Tenderism probably came to Nick and helped Nick really, really, because it says that Nick is a pit master himself.
Okay.
Going and get an old black guy to really help you out with this game and then turn them into a character within your restaurant, I don't see no wrong in it, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? You profiting, and hopefully hopefully Mr. Tenderism is making more money, you know what I'm saying, than he was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? More than likely, he's making more money than what he used to make with his viral fame. But how do you feel about like this? Because I mean, I understand that it's just a part of the restaurant business, but like, is it a thing that like black people should feel this way?
No. Okay. So this is how you look at it. A lot of big restaurants, okay, especially the ones that are doing, I mean, like, the gourmet type restaurants, will have an executive chef who is not necessarily an owner.
No.
Okay. So, I mean, the owner of the restaurant is the guy who put the money together to put it up, right?
Right.
And he hired everybody. So if you're like when I built Handlebar, right? When we did Handlebar, it's a corporate venture. There was me and 12 other guys putting money into it, right? With me, it's more of a sweat. I mean, like I conceptualized, I ran it, put it together with their money. I was head executive chef, but the guy who actually ran the kitchen was a classically trained head chef that worked the cruise ships for decades, not decades, maybe a decade. And I created the menus, showed him how to prepare everything, and he was the one who executed for me, right?
Right.
But so the guys who put the money up, I mean, the 12 other partners, the majority of them were white dudes. And this is in the Philippines, okay? So the reason why I was there, I mean, like, they wanted it to look like a mom and pop place owned by a Filipino. So I was the face of the whole thing.
I get it.
So I was the general manager. That's my position. I mean, I ran the place. I walked in there every night like I was the only owner, okay? Because I was the only person who appeared publicly for it. And there's nothing, I mean, like, the company was mostly Americans and some Brits, right? Could I have done that by myself at that time? No, because I didn't have the capital to do what we did. We did a long-term lease on an existing older building. It was a big one. We tore it down and built a new one. Did I have the money to do that? No, right? But me and my partners together did, right? Do they have any restaurant experience? Not at all. I do. So, and I don't have the experience to run the kitchen. I can create the menu. I can put it together, but I don't have the experience to run that kitchen. Okay, so I hired a guy who did.
Right.
Right. So it's my menu, but it's somebody else running the kitchen for me, that's the thing. So these guys who opened this barbecue restaurant up, they wanted somebody with some serious barbecue experience. They hired somebody, and they probably paid him well.
I mean, and think about, I just have to, because I just want to be on point. I just went ahead and just Googled it. So the guy's name, Mr. Tenderism, his name is Walter Johnson. It just has him as he joined the operation in 2020, and he is the unofficial official mascot and face of the Tenderism movement. So I guess it was like their whole campaign was Tenderism.
What is Tenderism?
It's just this tender, man. It's falling off the bone.
Oh, Tenderism.
Yeah, it's really tender meat. When you shake it, it just falls off.
I thought you were saying like Tinder, as in like the dating site Tinder.
Oh no, Tenderism.
Tender.
Now look, this is
okay.
This is one of the funny things about it, right? Why Tenderism really became, I ain't gonna say super became a name, but there's a rapper named Bossman D-Lo, right?
Okay.
Bossman D-Lo, I think in November or October, had a phenomenal day. So in this phenomenal day. I think within I'll say a phenomenal week. Within that week, he went to Mr. Tenderism, and he was on social media. You know what I'm saying, with Mr. Tenderism taking the food off the bone, going crazy. Boss Man D-Lo, he a big kind of chubby type of guy. So later on during the week, during his amazing day, Boss Man D-Lo caught a fish. He went fishing and caught a big old like kind of shark type of thing. He went to an Orlando Magic game and caught like somebody blocked the shot. He caught the game winning ball.
Okay, he was catching that day.
Yeah. He was cracking that day, right? And he had sex with a stripper, and the stripper took pictures of him while he was asleep. Oh. So what Boss Man D-Lo decided to do, right? Take a negative and turn it into a positive, right? And he made a song called Tenderous. He said it's falling off the bone, baby. Made a song called Tenderism. And like pretty much it was like a viral clip, right? He remade the viral clip in the music video. Like the clip is like him on the couch. And like pretty much it's I think the girl set it up like this. Okay. He sleep on the couch naked. And then the girl had took his suitcase and pretty much like covered up his private parts. So all you see is his belly and him sleep. And she took a picture with the caption of "I'll be putting him to sleep."
Oh, damn. Okay.
So Boss Man D-Lo flipped it, turned it into a song called Tenderism. Tenderism is at its peak. Okay. And now Keith Lee has came around and thrown off the whole Tenderism game because now people done found out about this white man, because we didn't know about the white man. We just knew about Mr. Tenderism.
See, okay, so let's not call him the white man. Let's call him the guy with money, right?
Let's call him the guy with money.
What if the guy who had the capital to get this thing rolling for Mr. Tenderism, what if he was Armenian? What if he was Middle Eastern? What if he was Native
If people would have just been mad because he's not black.
Yeah.
Black people were just mad because if Mr. Tenderism was Pakistani and he talked like this and he was shaking it off the bone, nobody would care. Nobody would care.
Which brings me to one thing. Okay, so this is something that I try not to be that guy who's angry at everything, right?
Right.
You guys know me, like, I see the practicality in things, right?
Right.
This happened maybe 10 years ago, maybe less than 10 years ago. I don't know if this happened during the pandemic or not. Maybe before the pandemic. This was in, I think, Seattle. Mm-hmm. And this Mexican place opened up. People loved it. People were just loving the food. Okay. And then it was discovered that this restaurant was owned by two white ladies.
Oh, man. Okay?
They had gone to Mexico and fallen in love with the food.
Right.
And they loved it. Just like you make tacos, right?
Right.
So they were making Mexican. It was authentic. I mean, like, they really spent time getting solid recipes, finding the ingredients, and really making good Mexican food. And it was awesome, from what I understand. And then it was discovered that they owned it. And the people just lost their shit. People were just like accusing them of cultural appropriation, and they were boycotting this restaurant. And this is what's crazy, okay? What kind of people are accusing them of cultural appropriation and boycotting a Mexican restaurant?
Mexican.
Wasn't Mexicans, was it?
It was not Mexicans. It was all those angry white people in Seattle who were angry on behalf of the Mexicans who should have owned this place, right?
And guess what?
But the thing is that they didn't steal anybody. I mean, like, they took recipes from a country. They didn't take recipes from a person. So, So it wasn't like they were stealing somebody's like age-old family recipes.
No.
They just were like, I want to make good tacos, and they were selling great. And that place closed because it got the firestorm of controversy about them not being Mexican. It's like, like, what the heck? I mean, do you have to be of the culture that the food is from to make that kind of food? I don't think you do.
I don't think you do. I think you go with what you like. Like it's just like me. The only reason why we make tacos is because once again we are in Los Angeles.
People want tacos.
People want tacos, but this is a part of LA culture.
Yeah.
Like I remember when I lived in Atlanta, I started to miss Mexicans, bro. There are no Mexicans in Atlanta. When I was there was no Mexicans. You had to drive to find Mexicans.
Yeah.
Where compared to here, I got Mexican neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's Mexicans everywhere.
Yeah,
Usually,
Latinos
like,
over there are from like Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico or like no, there was some real Mexicans, but they were like when I was down there, like you had to drive like an hour to see Mexicans. I remember like one time, I remember like the only reason why I found the Mexicans is because my barber decided to move his barbershop an hour away. You know, at certain point in time, I didn't fucking care. I'm only going to support you, right? I went out there, and I remember it was a restaurant right next to him. I was like, damn, they sell burritos. You know what I'm saying? It ain't Chipotle. I'm like, fuck this. I'm going in. And man, I didn't care about the hour drive. I will only go up there because I'm getting my hair cut, and these Mexicans is making these fire burritos right now. So like, I mean, I get it. I
mean, like all I care about is the food is good.
Right? I care about the food is good.
Who owns it? I don't care who makes it.
I think, but then is it?
There is one instance. Okay, I take it back. Okay, so there is one instance, and this is irrational. Okay, we've talked about this before, you and I, Raymond.
Well,
I get disappointed when I go to Benihana, and the guy is not Japanese.
Okay, yeah. See,
I do get upset. Well, I'm not upset. I feel cheated when I walk in there, and you know the guy might be really good with doing like the knife flipping and the tricks and tossing the shrimp tail into his hat, but he's not Japanese. Okay, and, you know, have a good time, and you tip the guy. Just but in the back of my mind, I felt this is what it felt like. It felt like going to like some big ass Broadway production, expecting to see like like. Okay, so years ago, I gone to I'd seen a lot of Les Miserables, right? And then they have them like that Broadway play, that Broadway musical, Les Miserables. And this is the 80s, so it had just come out in L.A. and they had there's a cast of famous Broadway people in it, right? And you expect, and there are some days when you get there and it's the understudies. Because, these guys aren't going to be there every day of the week for 3 months. There's times they have off. So you walk in and you, like, for example, the big guy in Phantom of the Opera is Michael Crawford. He played the Phantom. He was the draw, right? Well, you pay tickets for Phantom of the Opera. You pay expensive tickets. You get good seats. You show up, and it's not him. It's his understudy, who is an extremely talented performer as well. Right? He's good enough to be up there, okay? But he's not Michael Crawford. And you're like, oh man, I want to see Michael Crawford. Okay? But that's what it's like when I walk into a Benihana and it's not a Japanese guy.
Yeah, especially that's what's on the commercial.
Yeah, I want the Japanese guy, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, I'm not disappointed when I go to a sushi restaurant and the guys behind the counter making the food are Mexican or white. I don't particularly care when it.
And you see that a lot.
You see it a lot, right? Because honestly, there's a lot of good Japanese places, and do you think there's enough Japanese people who went into the industry to do that? No, they need all sorts of people, right?
You know what? It's a Korean barbecue place, and it's all Mexicans that work in there, and there's only one Korean lady that tell everybody what to do.
The thing about Korean barbecue is different though, because you're cooking.
Yeah.
Right. Now, props to the Koreans. They found a way to have a person walk in there and cook for themselves and pay full on like restaurant prices.
Right.
It's like, yeah, they're just going to drop all this meat and I'm going to cook. And you can't complain about how it was cooked because you cooked it.
You cooked it. Right.
If it's overdone, that's your fault. If it's underdone, that's your fault. Right. If you burnt it, that's your, that's the funny part. So it's always good, no matter if it's overcooked. If it's overcooked to hell, it's still good because you're the one who did it, right? And shout out to them for being able to trick us into cooking our own food and paying them for the for the privilege.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, if I owned a Korean barbecue spot, how would you feel?
I don't know, perfectly fine.
I mean, because that's my
as
thing.
long as the food tastes, as long as the marinades were right. See, if you own a Korean barbecue spot and you started doing some fusion crap, I mean, like, you started marinating it different, then I'd feel a different way. So if it didn't taste like Korean barbecue, like if I went to a Korean barbecue place and nothing was marinated, it was just plain. Well, some things aren't marinated. It's like, for example, brisket.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff
like
ain't marinated.
Brisket, it's not marinated. But if I'm going to get the marinated rib fingers, they better be done in the Korean style marinade. Okay. Mm-hmm. If it shows up and it's like, it's like Southern marinade, it's like, wait a second, this is barbecue. This is not Korean barbecue.
Right.
Okay. And so this is how I judge Korean barbecue. Those little tiny bowls of other foods, that's called banchan. Right.
Okay.
All like the various kimchi, the various varieties of kimchi.
Yeah.
That's how I judge it. That's got to taste authentic.
Oh, yeah.
If that stuff's not good, I ain't going back.
Look, the place I'm talking about, and I'm telling you, it's really low key. You wouldn't expect it to be fire. It was fire. Like all that type of stuff, all they sides, amazing. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
Where was this place?
It's in Linwood. It's in Linwood, and it was like, I think we was paying like $40 a head. It's real affordable. That's what I was saying. I was just surprised. The only person that was Korean was the owner. I don't even know. I don't even gonna say give her owner. I know she was just running shit at that point in time. Everybody else was Mexican.
Dude, I've been eating Korean barbecue, and I mean, my first experience of Korean barbecue is probably '86. Because I had a lot of Korean friends in high school, and they'd take me to these Korean places, and the places they take me to, nobody spoke English. And that's my first exposure to Korean barbecue. And actually, Korean barbecue is better now because they take me to these places. So when you go to Korean barbecue now, you have the menu, you order things, and they bring it to you, right?
Right.
When we used to go to barbecue places back then, it was like the meats and all the ingredients that you're going to cook up are done like cafeteria style. They're in these pans, and you walk up and you load up your plate and you cook it yourself, right? They were good back then, but of course, it's much better when they are being brought out to you individually because it's been refrigerated properly. Okay. And but that's how Korean barbecue used to be. When it was honestly run by Koreans back in the old days, they put out all the trays of it on ice, and you grab and you only went to the really good places with high volume. So if you walked in and there were lines out the door, the stuff is fresh because people are grabbing it and they're constantly refilling. If you walk into a place like that and it's not that full, and you're there the entire time you're there, the tray's never been changed because it was not enough of it has been taken. That's the kind of stuff you kind of think twice about, right? But yeah, I mean the marinade. Do you know the secret to the marinades they use on those meats?
No.
Pears. They use the marinade. They'll take Asian pears and they'll grind that up, and it's a pear puree that gives it the sweetness.
Makes sense.
That's the secret to Korean barbecue is pears.
See, I mean, because I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna go as far as like culinary career, but I would love to do something like that. Like I would love to have a Korean barbecue spot, Raylo's Korean Barbecue. Raylo's Hibachi. You know what I'm saying?
Just go ahead.
It's appropriating everybody's culture.
Appropriate, called like a black-owned Korean barbecue.
Oh yeah, Raylo's Mediterranean. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, I'm just everywhere.
All right, Raymond, I'm in with you. We'll call it Brothers Korean Barbecue.
No, Raymond, you should have a whole chain of different spots, and it should all be Raylo appropriates : Korean barbecue. Raylo appropriates Korean barbecue.
Yeah.
Raylo appropriates Chinese food.
Raylo appropriates
Raylo appropriates
hibachi.
tacos.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Raylo appropriates the Mediterranean.
That should be Raylo appropriates. That should be your thing, right? And
Yeah.
just be honest about it. It's like,
yeah,
it's
I
good
think
food.
I will be honest about it because the whole thing, like, I remember,
Dude, there's your commercial. I'm not Korean, but it tastes really good.
it tastes good though. You gonna like it?
I'm not Korean, but it tastes really good.
Yeah, I mean, but because one day, like my cousin, he had worked at Benihana's, and I was like, so did you learn anything? Because he got fired.
That's all we talked about. The non-Japanese Benihana chef, because Raylo's cousin was working in Benihana's as the chef. So Raylo's cousin's obviously a black dude, right? And
right.
Honestly, if I walked in Benihana's, if it's a Japanese guy, I'm like, yes. Okay. If it's a Korean guy, If it's a Chinese guy, If it's a white guy, If it's a black guy, it feels too far removed.
What if it's a black and Korean guy? What if he's mixed black and Korean? Would you let him go?
I mean, honestly, it's good. I mean, it's always good, but the level of disappointment that I got is kind of like, it's.
Like the only thing though, he big, he fat and black. Well, I just think when you see fat people, you think it's good. I think fat people equal good.
Huh? When it comes to food,
at a restaurant,
huh?
When it comes to food, you
food place.
Yeah, I think in every restaurant, man.
Well, no, I mean, like, a fat equals good when it comes to food, but fat. Yeah. So, like, obviously, I wouldn't want to go into a gym and my trainer be fat.
Oh no! I'm talking about.
I'd be like, I'm not getting my money's worth if my trainer's overweight.
No. But if I walk into any kitchen, any restaurant, and I see a fat person, I think it's going to be good. You can call me. What is it? Fat phobic or not?
That's the opposite of fat phobic. That's fat.
I'm the opposite of fat phobic. If I see a fat person, I'm telling you, Armand, I've done this a lot. I remember one day, me and my aunt, we were in Texas, right? We put up to this barbecue spot, and the barbecue spot was looking rinky dink. We pull up, right? We see this fat guy. He had some wood. Right? He came in, he dropped the wood, did not wash his hands, picked up the knife, a butcher knife, and started chopping meat instantly. And I remember me and my aunt looked at each other and was like, yo, this shit about to be good. And it was. We started going there every Sunday after that shit. I'm like,
hygienic? No. Good? Yes.
Man, even in my restaurant, like people tell me like, when we used to have fat cooks, people like, man, that shit ain't good. Like, shit ain't good ever since he left. I be like, damn. Like, people question when we have the Mexican cooks. They look back there and they be like, man, they know what they doing. I'll be like, shit.
Look how fat that guy is. Of course he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I know. I tell him what to do.
Don't judge him by the color of his skin. Look at his waistline.
Look, I pretty much, I'm usually like buffer. I tell them what to do. Yes, they know what they're doing. Even though I'm not. But you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta do stuff to where you get that out of their head. But if it was a fat Mexican in there, nobody would say a thing. I'm telling you, fat people in restaurants, like if you would have seen my cousin, you see this big fat black dude in a Benihana's uniform, you might think twice about it. You might be like, okay, that's kind of random. But you'll think about it for a second and be like, this shit probably going to be good. Especially he know how to do the little twirling thing.
Yeah.
He know how to do the tricks.
The little flame volcano thing.
You know how to do the flame volcano, all that shit.
Because
he came to me and I was like, he told me he learned how to make sushi. I was like, why don't you just start making sushi at your house? People eat that shit. Because this is my strawberry cousin.
Oh yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Where I was like, why don't you just start?
The funny thing is, I make sushi, right? But I don't do it a lot, just because. Okay, so when I eat sushi, I want variety. So in order to have at home the variety I get in a restaurant, I gotta buy so many different cuts of fish, and it's gonna go to waste because it's just for two people. It's like if I'm gonna do sushi, I'm going out for it, because that way there can be a huge variety and I eat what I want. I don't waste anything, because I did sushi. Last time I did sushi, I bought some really fresh salmon and decided I was going to make sushi. So I had like multiple varieties of sushi, but they were all salmon. So, I mean, different kinds, but there was all salmon though. I mean, like different preparations of salmon, right?
Yeah.
And it was good, but it was the same thing over and over and over. See, the funny thing is eating sushi is not like eating a steak. Like you can go and get like this really, you can get like an aged ribeye that weighs 16 ounces, a pound or more. And you can eat that pound of aged ribeye and be satisfied with it, right? But I challenge you to go to a good sushi restaurant and only eat salmon. You don't do that. You don't walk in
at
an all-you-can-eat place and eat a pound of salmon. You have like a couple orders of salmon, then you get some yellowtail, then you get some like you get some uni. You get a whole variety of stuff. You constantly get new things.
Yeah,
I've never seen a person walk in a sushi restaurant and have like plates and plates of just salmon. Never see that.
Nah, not unless you got it out of a grocery store.
Whereas, and that's why I don't buy in grocery stores, because I want variety, right? Whereas you can walk into a steakhouse and have a 16-ounce ribeye and to be totally fine eating 16 ounces of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird, right?
Right.
Because, and actually, obviously,
but they have different tastes, though.
But actually, I've been to a fish restaurant where I ordered a salmon dish where it is about a half pound or more of salmon, but that's cooked salmon. It's not sushi.
Right.
When I get sushi, and the fish is sliced real thin, I want a variety. That's the one thing. I want variety in that when I eat in a restaurant. I don't want to have. I'm not going to walk in and just. I'm eating only yellowtail today. I don't do that.
Yeah. Nah. Anytime I go to sushi, I'm eating everything.
Whereas
especially if it's fucking fried.
Fried.
If it's fried, huh?
Fried.
Yeah.
Sushi's raw.
No, they have like.
Oh, you're talking about the fried rolls and the baked rolls.
Like if the rolls or something like that's fried, I'm eating it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now, my sushi experience, I started in buffets before I got to like real sushi restaurants.
Yeah. So I guess like the equivalent of that, like going to Korean, like if you go to Korean barbecue, you don't just get one kind of meat the whole time, right? You get a selection because you can.
Yeah. Right.
Now, I guess.
Yeah, that's what you're not doing.
Now, the one thing you can do though is I guess if you went to like one of those Brazilian, what's it called? What's a Brazilian steakhouse?
Oh, Brazilian steakhouse.
They're called Brazilian. Like Fogo de Chao is the most famous lunch, right?
I thought it was a Brazilian steakhouse.
It is, but there's a word for it. The Brazilian. Quentin's looking it up. Does it start with a C? Anyway, so you go there, and yes, you can have a big selection of meats. But I get disappointed in those places sometimes because a lot of those meats are overcooked.
I see what you're saying.
Churrascaria.
Churrascaria. That's it. It's a Brazilian churrascaria, right?
Okay.
That's a steakhouse. And, even Fogo de Chao sometimes. So when I go to Fogo de Chao, they walk, you have the thing where they keep constantly bringing you meat. I request rare. Like I'll say, okay, I want to order some ribeye, but I want it to be rare. So they'll make it specifically for me at my table, right? So because a lot of times, because they're walking around with those big ass like swords of meat, and they're cutting you some. They move to the next table, they cut you some. That stuff. I mean, so once it comes off the grill, it continues to cook. Okay, so if they've gotten it to rare on the grill, and they're walking around cutting it for you, by the time if you're like the fourth table that it reaches, that stuff has gone from being rare to medium. Okay, so if I request it for my table, so I want ribeye, but I want the picanha, I want it rare, and I told them I take it off and then bring it, and it'll be rare when I consume it. Or if you're lucky, you're the first table they hit when they take it out the kitchen. If you didn't request it specifically. And it'll be rare for you. But if you're the third or fourth table, it's continuing to cook, and now it's tough. So when I go there, I'm the pain in the ass guy who specifically requests a specific meat to have it brought to me first. And you can do that. Okay.
See, that's that tenderism, man.
Because you're, as they're walking around with this, whatever, the picanha or the ribeye, they got to get rid of it. So they're going to try to it's like when you go to a restaurant and they're hitting you with the specials. The specials in a restaurant are not special. The only thing special about them is they're about to go bad.
True.
Never order the special, okay? Because that means that because like, hey, it's like, I run a restaurant, so you start off push the fish, because you got to get rid of push the fish, right? Really talk up that fish because you want to get rid of it because it's it's about to go, it's about to turn, right? It's about all they do, right? And so when they're walking around with those skewers of meat in those barbecue places, especially if they're coming towards you and what was like a 3-piece meat skewer is now down to the last one, know that thing's been walking around the restaurant for about 30 minutes now. You don't want that one. You don't want to be the guy who gets that last piece.
Nah.
If you're not getting the first piece, don't do it. Okay? If you're not getting the first piece, request that cut, and they'll do it for you.
Nah, I see what you're saying.
So fogo de chao, request everything. Don't be the guy getting the last piece on the skewer.
See, that's why we need to just go culturally appropriated.
Yeah. Dude, here's the thing. Those are Brazilian steakhouses, right? When's the last time you saw a Brazilian person working in a Brazilian steakhouse?
I've never seen a Brazilian.
Never. I mean, like there's not a lot of them to begin with.
Yeah.
Right. So to expect to find Brazilian people making your food, no, that's unrealistic.
Nah, I get it.
So I guess I really shouldn't be upset when the guy at Benihana is not Japanese, but I do.
But that's if you saw Brazilian people on a Fogo de Chao commercial, I'll get it. But I've never seen a Fogo de Chao commercial.
They don't do them.
I've seen the Benihana commercial. I've seen the Japanese dude flip the shrimp into his hat.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that shit. I get it.
Yeah. Like, they use Japanese guys in the commercials. Why not?
Why not use Japanese? But then it's like, we're like, shoot, you act like Japan is the biggest country in the world. I
know, right?
There ain't a lot of Japanese people running around.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot of Japanese people running around here, real talk.
Okay, really. So, I mean, here's something bad. I mean, like, would it be terrible to get like some dude in yellowface, some non-Japanese guy acting Japanese?
Yes,
that'd be pretty. Yes. I mean, I'm sure it's offensive, but
extremely.
But a big part of Benihana is not the food. A big part of Benihana is the entertainment of the preparation. Yeah. Right. If the guy is funny, right? I mean, like, obviously, it has to be the right crowd for somebody to walk out there and doing like. What was the dude who was in Breakfast at Tiffany's? Mickey. He was a white dude who played a Japanese character in Breakfast at Tiffany's.
I don't even remember that.
Mickey Rooney. Mickey Rooney played a Japanese guy in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Okay, and I mean, back in those days, I think what was that? That was the 50s or 60s.
61.
That wasn't really to the majority of the public that offensive, right? But you look at it now, and yeah, it's offensive because not only is he playing a Japanese dude, he's playing a serious caricature of a Japanese dude. He's got thick ass Coke bottle glasses. He's squinting his eyes. He's got big like fake buck teeth, and he has this crazy ass Japanese accent. Okay, you look at it now, and it's like that didn't age well. Okay, but it was made at a time when people weren't that sensitive to it.
No.
Okay. Like, people talk about it as if it's a huge sin. I'm like, I look at it and I'm thinking, it's from 1961. I mean, like, and Mickey Rooney was a big name.
Right.
Right. It's funny, and it's funny to see, I think an equivalent example of that people don't find offensive is when Tom Cruise played that Jewish producer in Tropic Thunder. Oh,
yeah, but you know what? I didn't look at him as a Jewish producer. I just looked at him as a greasy producer.
Dude, he specifically wanted like big meaty hands and huge thick forearms, meaty hands.
He probably had a Star David on him. He probably had a Star David as the chain.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't know.
He played Les Grossman.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was, and people, and they've been trying to make a Les Grossman movie ever since then.
Really?
Yeah, because he presented at one of the award ceremonies as Les Grossman, and he did commercials as Les Grossman, and people loved it. Okay, Tom Cruise and he was distinctly a Jewish producer, is what he was, and he was styled after a real life guy.
Yeah, that's true. Because you know what, only Tom Cruise can get away with something like that.
Robert Downey Jr. played a black dude. Well, Robert Downey Jr. played a white dude playing a black dude. Did you forget about that?
I know he did do that, but it was so goofy that nobody really cared.
Dude, I mean, I loved it. I mean, like, they had Robert Downey Jr. in blackface, and they had Tom Cruise in Jew face.
Yeah, as a Jew. And then awesome. They had, dang, I forgot homie's name. Brandon T. Jackson as a fucking rapper.
he played Al Pacino.
Yeah, man. Like, it was just,
and he was gay. So he was a gay rapper. We talked about that when that movie first came out. Raymond, you thought that the commercials in the beginning were real.
Everybody thought the commercial in the beginning was real. Everybody was like, when it stopped, everyone was like, what the fuck is going on?
So you really thought that Booty Sweat and Bust a Nut were real products?
Man, because it was so, and I didn't know, I don't think I knew it was Brandon T. Jackson. And I'm telling you, it wasn't just me.
It was awesome though. I mean, like
it was, man. I had just thought about, like, because I don't go to movies like I used to. I miss that part of movies. Like, people think that's crazy, but I love when people talk in movie theaters. That was one where people was like, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah,
and people was like, "Is this real?" Because it was a pause.
Yeah,
and then when the next commercial came on, everybody was like, "Oh, okay." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were supposed to be commercials and trailers,
right?
And of course, okay. So Quentin, have you seen that movie?
No,
you never have. Okay, so Quentin, so all the actors, and so it's a movie about making a movie, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
So there were actors in the movie. So Jack Black was playing a guy named something Portnoy. Okay, he was a comedic actor with a drug problem. Okay, and he made a bunch of, basically his character was a combination of himself and Eddie Murphy. So the movie that he was in was, what were they called again? They were called it's a family that farted all the time.
I ain't seen it in a while.
Okay, there was a trailer for his new movie where he played every character. So it looked like the Nutty Professor.
Yeah, he did do that.
He played every character, and they were just farting the whole time. Okay, so he was Portnoy. Okay, that was his character, and then there was Brandon T. Jackson playing a rapper turned actor named Al Pacino. Yeah, not Al Pacino, but Al Pacino.
Yeah,
he was Al Pacino, right? Yeah. And his trailers weren't for movies; they were for his products. So he had multiple streams of revenue, and he was selling a. Was it a protein bar? It's called Bust a Nut.
Yeah, I think the first the
first one was an energy drink called Booty Sweat.
Yeah, like, just think about this like for a second, Quinn. You in a movie theater, right? The regular like trailers are playing, right? And the next thing you know, this random commercial comes on talking about Booty Sweat. And it looks like it's not a trailer, but it seems like a commercial, and it seemed real.
And then after that one, there's Bust a Nut.
Yes,
and Bust a Nut, and there was the Portnoy movie trailer.
Yeah, they did trailers at the beginning of the movie.
There was a trailer for Robert Downey Jr.'s character. So Robert Downey Jr.'s character was based on, I don't know, to me, he was based on a combination between Russell Crowe and Daniel Day-Lewis. Daniel Day-Lewis is known for like becoming his role. He basically doesn't break character. Okay, so there was a trailer for his commercial where it was him and Tobey Maguire playing gay monks, and it was what was that chanting music that the Gregorian chants was playing the entire time. And they were these two closeted gay monks. And the movie was called The Devil's Alley. The looks on their faces. I'm like, you're looking at it going, is this serious? Right? And then they had a trailer following that for what's his name again? Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller was playing an action star, and it was a trailer for his new Scorcher movie, where now he's like, you saw him in Scorcher 1 and Scorcher 2 and Scorcher 5, and then now he's and so at that point you realize, so the one with Robert Downey Jr., like, it looked like him. He's Kurt Lazarus. And you're like, wait a second, that's Robert Downey Jr. Why are they calling it? And then you realize these aren't trailers. At that moment, you realize, oh, shoot, this is part of the movie.
Yeah.
Especially when Ben Stiller came out and he's playing Tug Speedman. And he's a fading action star. He's basically Stallone, is what he was at the time. And so all these guys were being brought together to make an action movie set in Vietnam called Tropic Thunder. Okay,
Is it funny? Is it funny?
It's hilarious. Okay, so they're making the movie, and the director is screwing things up, and it's based on a book written by this guy called Four Leaf, who's played by Nick Nolte, and Four Leaf has lost both hands in Vietnam, right? And he has hooks, and so they're in this production meeting. They're somewhere in Southeast Asia, and now the producers are on the video call with them, right? And the producer, this is what's crazy. The producer shows up, and if you don't know who he is, you're sitting there looking at him going, who the hell is that, right? He's balding. He's got big old glasses on. He's balding. He's got these big ass beefy hands. He's got this chain, right? And he's foul mouthed. He's really just foul mouthed. And he's like, wait a second, who's the what would he say? Who's the lead grip or something like that? And he raises his hand. Okay, you walk up to that director, hit him in the face.
Yeah.
He's like, what? He pops, because they're behind schedule and over budget.
Yeah.
And so they decide to take all the actors out and get real performances out of them by filming it guerrilla style with hidden cameras, and they're putting in. And so these guys think that they're being filmed, but in reality, the director has just stepped on a landmine. Mm. And he's dead. Okay. And now they're wandering around the Golden Triangle. and Tom Cruise is the producer.
Yeah.
You don't realize that it's him.
You didn't even know that it was Tom Cruise until the end of the movie. Because it was like in Les Grossman as Tom Cruise. That's what was like, whoa.
That's Tom Cruise. And at some point in time, I recognized him during the movie. I'm like, I think that's Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Right. And it's hilarious. You got to watch that movie. But
I watched pieces of it because I remember the dude with the hooks, but it was confusing, so I didn't watch it all.
Now,
you gotta see it from the beginning.
You gotta see it from the beginning. You gotta watch that. It's insane. You couldn't make it today because Robert Downey Jr.'s character gets into he's just like Daniel Day-Lewis. He gets into the character, and he's Australian. Okay, so he's an Australian actor playing a Black American.
Right.
Okay, so they got him in like some very convincing looking blackface.
Yeah.
Okay?
You think he's black.
Yeah, you think he's black. And he's talking to the Al Pacino character, and he doesn't break character. So the entire time he's talking like he's quoting random stuff. He quoted the theme song from Good Time. No, wait, the theme song from Jeffersons.
Mm.
He's like, now we finally get our piece of the pie. And he goes, wait a second, that's the Jeffersons.
He was the dude playing another dude that's playing another dude. Like,
it's awesome.
It was just stupid. Like,
and so he's an Australian guy doing an American accent in blackface. And he doesn't break. And he said his thing is he doesn't break character until after he's finished a DVD commentary. That's his thing. So after he's done the movie and done the DVD commentary, then he breaks character.
Man,
movie was insane.
Man, you know what? Even just saying that, I think that was probably one of the best times for movies.
Yes. You could make insane stuff like that.
You could do insane stuff like that, but even like DVDs were still around where you had director's commentary.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that like it's crazy because you could still do that in today's age in the streaming era, but they just don't do it. You know, because I mean To me, I thought that like it will make you watch it more. You know what I'm saying? Like it will make me watch the movie even more because the director's commentary. I watch a lot of movies with the director's commentary. I remember like I think one of the funniest ones is 40-Year-Old Virgin. The director's commentary for that
would
is
be
like
awesome. That's Judd Apatow.
Classic. Like them explaining how some of this stuff was done is crazy. And I think it's one of those where it's like people leave out and come back in, you know what I'm saying, during the director's commentary, and they'll be like, "Oh, he's back."
Yeah.
Explain the whole movie.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best ones that I've seen, because I've got a real, because of my age, I've got a real soft spot for the Goonies.
Uh-huh.
Right? So, okay, so Josh Brolin is pretty much exactly my age. Right? And in the movie, he's playing a 16-year-old, and he's actually like 16 in the movie, 16 or 17. And he's playing a 16-year-old who just failed his driver's exam. Okay. So I'm watching this. So I watched the Goonies with a cast commentary. This is crazy because this was released on the 25th anniversary. So the guys came back and they're all adults now. So Josh Brolin's in his late 40s, early 50s, right? What's his name? The guy from Lord of the Rings. What's his name? Sean Astin. So Sean Astin's in. He's an adult now. So all these guys, Martha Plimpton, so all the guys came back to record the commentary, and they're all adults. And they're talking about all the funny stuff that happened on, because really it was a movie. So in entertainment, there's a thing that they talk about. As a director, you never want to work with two things. You never want to work on a production where your star is an animal or your stars are children. It's just a nightmare to work with animals and kids. They both really aren't 100% controllable.
They're not controllable, and then there's a lot of regulations around kids.
Well, back then it wasn't so much, but now, so yeah, I mean,
now it's a lot.
Yeah. So imagine that. So like Josh Brolin was the oldest person there, and he was 16 or 17 years old. The Goonies was done in 83, 84, I think. And it was just crazy, man. It was really cool to watch these guys. So you had Martha Plimpton, you had Josh Brolin, Sean Astin. I'm gonna fuck it up. The Chinese kid who was Short Round.
Kwan.
Yeah, he was Short Round in Indiana Jones. And then you had Corey Feldman, who grew up and became a douchebag. Okay. And then you had that one other girl. She didn't do a lot of stuff afterwards, but she was famous. But they're all kids, right? And then the one guy playing the fat kid, who that's his only movie. He's now an entertainment lawyer. Okay. He did the Truffle Shuffle where he had to wiggle his fat. A lot of that stuff you couldn't do now, right? Making a fat kid wiggle his belly to get, you couldn't do that. Right. They really played heavily on, I'm going to call him Short Round because I can't say his name, Short Round's accent. Right. A lot of the gags are about his mispronunciations. He kept saying booty traps instead of booby traps, right? What else couldn't you do? I mean, there's a scene where they're being evicted from their property, and so they get a Mexican lady to help them pack up the house and move, but she doesn't speak English, and so the mom is saying stuff to be translated by Corey Feldman, and Corey Feldman's he's speaking Spanish, but she says okay, and in Spanish he's like, okay, this drawer is where you put the sex toys. And don't go in the attic because Mr. Whatever has his sexual devices up there. It's all separate the cocaine and the marijuana. He's saying all this stuff in Spanish. If you are bad, you'll be locked in the closet without food or water. You couldn't do that now, right?
Right.
But it was a great movie. So that's one of the best commentaries I've ever seen, because you take a classic like that, bring all the kids back as adults, and have them talk about it.
So look, yesterday, my friend, one of my film friends, right? He's been trying to get me to see Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro. He's trying to get me to watch it for like over a month now, right?
Yeah.
So yesterday I decided to watch it.
You did watch it. What did you think?
I was mad at the end. I was like, how he finally got a shot with old girl at the end and he decided not to take it. It made me mad. Like I swear to God, I don't know, I was mad. So like I'm doing my commentary, you know, the way we communicate. He in another country, so the way we commute through voice notes. So he laughing at my voice notes because I'm mad. I'm like, I can't believe Robert De Niro did that bullshit because you know he took her to the porno movie and she ran away and didn't want to talk to him no more. I was like, that's you doing something weird. Like he telling me like, yeah, man, you know, it's an emotional movie. It talks about people being lonely and you know what I'm saying, how people and you know, it's a movie about a loser. And I'm like, yeah, it's a movie about a loser, but it's irritating seeing them lose where you had a chance to win. And then, you know, he killing pimps to save hoes. Like I just couldn't do it.
It's
You know
kind
what
of
I'm
funny.
saying?
I saw that years ago.
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen it in a very long time, and I watched it a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And I look at it now, and I guess this is because of the way movies have become.
Uh-huh.
For me, the pacing was a bit too slow now that I saw it again.
It was slow. I fell asleep. I ain't gonna say I fell
Burn.
asleep,
Like,
but I wasn't paying attention.
I mean, even me, I've become too impatient for slow storytelling.
Right. It was very, very slow. It could have went quicker.
You got to realize, I mean, like that's a Scorsese movie. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, one of the greatest directors to ever live, right? And to me,
Right.
it felt a bit slow.
The only thing is like I'm like, and this is just my opinion on it. It is my opinion. If I had to give you a general opinion, I can agree with a lot of things. Yes, it's a very good movie. Yes, it has very good cinematography. Like for it being done in the 70s, it looked amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like even the characters, everything, like everything was on point. Even Robert De Niro, how he was acting, it was very, very, very on point. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like it was just okay. Yeah, he had he had mental issues or whatnot. It was just like I would have preferred if he would have rolled off in the sunset with old girl because she was fine as hell in that movie. What was her name? What? Oh, it was Sybil
Sybil
Shepherd.
Shepherd. Yep.
Yeah, like oh my god, like I was like, dang, she was fine as hell. I didn't even know who she was until I just looked
Really?
up Sybil Shepherd. I just looked it up. I mean, I watched it last night.
You've never seen Moonlighting with Bruce Willis, and there was a TV series. Sybil Shepherd is. You never saw that?
Sybil Shepherd is somebody I've all like. Didn't she have a show called Sybil or something like that? No, that's somebody else.
No.
I think she might have.
But Sybil Shepherd is somebody I've always heard about, right? Me watching Taxi Driver last night was like the first time I ever like seen her in a movie where I was like, I didn't remember. I'm watching it. I don't know who she is, but I'm watching. I'm like, damn, that's a fine ass white lady right there. He had the little scene where he ran up on her in the while she was at work and got her number. I was like, oh, he the man. And the way it ended, it made me mad, man. It's just because like you know I know every movie isn't going to end with the prince finding his princess. I get that, but in that one, I would have loved for him to like end like that. But then him ending with paranoia, just like man, like it was just
Scorsese
irritating.
film. I mean, like Scorsese films rarely end happily.
I mean, but it's like okay, one of my favorite movies is The Wolf of Wall Street, The Departed. I love those endings.
Okay.
I loved how each one of them ended.
How about Casino?
Love how it ended. Love how it ended. Man, just a second ago, like,
ending?
huh?
No, Casino didn't end happy.
It didn't end happy. Freaking Nicky died, but it's one of those where like he ended up on top at the end of the day. I mean, not really on top.
He ended up just crunching numbers.
Ended up crunching numbers, but he ended up where it's like he ended up like Nicky. He probably ended up in peace.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? The ending just wasn't.
He ended up old and Vegas changed and
yeah, but and like I was about to say, like that was on Tubi like a couple of weeks ago. I was like, that was on repeat for a little while.
Wait, who did Goodfellas? Was that Scorsese as well?
Scorsese too. Love how that ended. That's what I'm saying. This was the first movie. Like, man, I don't even know if there's any movies where I did not like the ending like that. I really did not like the ending of Taxi Driver. That really made me mad last night. I mean, I understand it's from like 30 years ago, 40 years ago. it really pissed me off how that ended.
So for those who do not realize this, see, Raymond is a movie guy who hasn't seen a lot of movies. That's the crazy
Yep. That's a lot of people say that about me too.
Yeah, he is a movie guy who hasn't seen a lot of movies.
Went to film school, and a lot of my film friends was like, "Man, you need to watch more movies." And thus, one of my film friends asked me to watch Taxi Driver last night.
Raymond is the opposite of Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino seems like he's seen every movie ever made, and he's geeky about everything, right?
Yep, he totally is.
So let's see how unwatched Raymond is. Raymond, okay, so let's name off some classic movies and see if you've seen them.
Okay.
And some of these are classics for other reasons. So let's start off with a biggie. Let's talk about Casablanca.
Casablanca, no, I've not seen Casablanca.
Not seen Casablanca. Okay.
No.
That one I've seen. Quentin, Casablanca?
I've seen pieces of it.
So no. Okay. Pieces don't
count.
I
can say Pieces too, but I've never
seen Pieces don't count because we've all seen Pieces used in other movies.
Yeah. Right? Pop culture references, yeah.
Okay, let's talk another one. So Casablanca, no. Now here's something funny. This is a movie that I had not seen until recently, but I've been lying about seeing it. Okay.
What?
So I saw this movie for the first time in 2025.
What?
Okay. Citizen Kane. Have you guys seen Citizen Kane?
I watched it, but it was long.
You have seen it. Okay. So Quentin's seen Citizen Kane.
Is Citizen Kane not the one where he does the filibuster, is it?
No.
That's To Kill a Mockingbird.
No. So Citizen Kane is considered by many people the greatest movie of all time. Okay? And they talk about it endlessly in film school for a lot of reasons. So it was made by Orson Welles. And basically, when it was released, Hearst tried to block it. See, because Citizen Kane is a thinly veiled version of William Randolph Hearst. And you got to realize that at that time, Hearst still owned Hearst Publishing.
Right.
So all the newspapers were running anti-Citizen Kane articles. He wanted to squash that movie. And he was one of the most powerful men in the world at that time.
Right.
Okay. Hearst Publications owns a lot of newspapers, if you don't know who they are. So this movie was basically a fictionalized autobiography of William Randolph Hearst.
Right.
And so they talk about the movie in terms of the writing, in terms of the light, everything about the movie was supposed to be perfect. And I've never seen it. Because it always gets brought up, because I'm a movie person myself. Like, it comes up, and I know the plot. I've read about it, but I've never seen it. Okay, so I finally saw it. Okay. So Raymond never seen Citizen Kane?
Man, like we can go down the list. There's a lot of movies I ain't seen. I know.
Godfather.
I've seen The Godfather. I've seen all of them.
You seen? Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah. I caught up with The Godfather. Yeah.
Okay. What are the greatest movies of all? I mean, there's many movies that are on these lists, but and then there's some movies that are just culturally they're significant to film because they're the first of their kind. Halloween. No. Have you seen the original?
Halloween. No.
Okay, Halloween.
You can get me on scary movies. A lot of scary movies I haven't seen.
Okay, Halloween started a whole genre, so that's why that's considered important. Okay?
Yeah.
And also, it was made for like almost nothing. It's one of those movies where it was made for almost nothing, and it really returned big. Have you seen Clerks?
I have seen Clerks.
Okay, Quentin.
Yeah,
Clerks.
I've seen. I had to have a Jesus Christ, what's the name of the director? I had a moment where I had to go watch all of the movies.
Was it Jay and Silent Bob?
Kevin Smith.
Yeah, Jay and Silent Bob was like. That was on repeat one summer with me and my brothers. Yeah, we saw Jay and Silent Bob, but then I eventually had to go back and see Mallrats and all of his movies.
I saw those.
Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith, yes.
Yeah.
Kevin Smith is there's something funny about Kevin Smith. When he came out with Clerks, he was considered like he was an auteur. They were throwing his name around in the same breath as like, Tarantino. He was considered like he was revolutionary how he made that movie.
Right.
And here's like a funny story about this is so who released Clerks? What
Miramax.
company? Miramax released it. Okay. Yeah. So who runs Miramax?
Harvey Weinstein.
Okay. So when Clerks came out, so Clerks was released. Now Clerks was done cheaply, and it was released as an indie before it got distribution, right? And so they were doing Clerk showings, and all the young people working at Miramax were all buzzing about it. They all loved it.
Yeah.
And Weinstein's like, "What's this Clerks thing?" I'm not doing the voice, right? But hey, what's this Clerks thing, right?
Yeah.
And so Weinstein went in to go watch Clerks, and he didn't get it. He's like, "The fuck is this? What is this black and white bullshit?" I mean, like, he just didn't get it. He's like, "Where's the action? All they do is talk." Right? He didn't get it. Okay, and he was going to pass on it, but it was generating such buzz in his office. He's looking at his people. He's like, they love it. It's like, it's not for me, but they love it and they represent the audience. And so let's take a shot.
Let's go with it.
And it's one of the high. I mean, when it comes to the earnings versus cost ratio, one of the most successful movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're talking like very few movies have earned back that kind of ROI in terms of dollars spent. Right. And it was all made because they were limited in budget. Kevin Smith maxed credit cards and sold his comic book collection to make that movie. And he was only in his 20s. So his comic book collection wasn't some $1 million collection.
No.
Okay, and so what they did is, the reason why it's filmed in black and white?
Right, you want to do lighting.
Two things, like costs of the film stock and the fact that the lighting is easier to deal with in black and white.
Yep.
Okay. They filmed it in a short period of time, and they couldn't. So it was really filmed. They weren't using sets. It was really filmed on locations.
Yep.
And they're in this Quickie Mart, right? This convenience store, and it's hot because they can't run the AC because they weren't doing sound in post. They were recording the sound as they recorded the image.
Yep.
Because they couldn't afford to have these people come in and try to mimic what they're saying. So they couldn't run the AC because it was getting in the way of the sound.
Right.
Super low budget. And because they had no budget, they had no special effects. So everything was real. Yeah. Practical effects. I mean, there were barely any effects, but that's why it was so dialogue heavy.
Yeah.
Okay. It was nuts. I mean, and it made and Kevin Smith made a pseudo career about doing lectures at film schools about how he made it.
Right. Because, I mean, when you really think about it, it wasn't like he became like a blockbuster hit maker. I mean, he had Jersey Girl.
Well, no, that's even later. But after that, so he did Mallrats. He did Chasing Amy. And the funny thing is that he, in a lot of ways, helped Ben Affleck and Matt Damon along in their careers.
Right.
Because they'd already done some stuff, but he helped them out to help them grow their careers.
Yeah, because those are his homies.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, and later, and as he made more and more movies, he's had his share of stinkers. He's had his share of hits. He's never really made a huge hit.
Nah, because I mean, Clerks 2 was like.
Yeah, there's a 3.
I didn't even know it was a 3.
There's a 3. Yeah, there's a 3. There's a Clerks.
See, that's what I'm saying. It was here today, gone tomorrow type scenario.
Now, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. I enjoyed that one.
Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back is still one of the greatest movies
he
ever made. Even though it's like nobody would think that way about it, but yeah, it was on repeat one summer with me and my brothers.
That was a good movie.
Every day we was watching that. I think I might have it on DVD somewhere in this house.
I'd love to see that again. I mean,
I bought it on because that was one of those where I liked watching the director's commentary. I mean, some of those director's commentaries was fun to watch.
Dude, so he made a movie that's out now that had been in purgatory. Okay? So this movie is called Dogma.
Oh, yeah, I remember Dogma.
Okay, I remember when it came out, I saw it, right?
Yeah.
But then...
I didn't know that was his movie.
But then, so the funny part was this, is that it was owned directly by Harvey Weinstein. It wasn't owned by Miramax. It was owned by him. And somehow, I don't know why it happened, you couldn't find it on streaming anywhere. You couldn't find it on DVD because they cut it. They basically, it aired, and then for some reason Weinstein shelved it. He basically made it taboo to produce. I mean to distribute.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could not, unless you had some bootleg copy of it, you could not watch that movie. And so after many years of Kevin Smith trying to buy it back and not getting it back, somehow, I don't know how exactly he got it, but he got the rights back to it. No, he didn't get it. Weinstein, in his troubles now, was forced to sell a lot of stuff. And Kevin Smith had offered, years ago, he had offered Weinstein an amount that Weinstein turned down. And then the movie was purchased in Weinstein's current financial woe. Weinstein sold a whole bunch of stuff off. So like 15 different projects were sold to some guy for less than the cost of what Kevin Smith offered for the movie originally. And that's how Kevin Smith got access to it again. And it was released theatrically a few months ago. I think in November. They released it theatrically.
Was it good?
What's that?
Was it good?
Oh, I like that movie. Yeah, it's a weird concept, but it's star-studded. Think about it. You got Ben Affleck.
Matt Damon,
Linda Fiorentino. You've got Jay and Silent Bob, of course. You've got Chris Rock is in it. Salma Hayek's in it. Alan Rickman is in it.
Yeah.
Dude, real star. I mean, like a bunch of the real people are in it. For some reason, Alanis Morissette is in it. George Carlin's in it.
Huh.
It is a fantastical, supernatural kind of fairy tale type movie where you got two angels who have been banished from heaven. They want to get back into heaven, but they can't.
Yeah.
And they've been stuck on Earth. And I forget how it works. Somehow the Catholic Church does something, and if you can show up at this church, you're forgiven of all. It's a weird thing, and so basically, heaven intervenes and tries to stop these angels from making their way back into heaven. Because if they make their way back into heaven, it proves that God's fallible and the universe implodes. That's the storyline, right? And so the angels are Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. They've been stuck on Earth for 1,000 years, and they're trying to get back into heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, and God's missing. So God goes missing because God likes to take human form and play skee-ball.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a wacky-ass movie. Linda Fiorentino is playing the last living descendant of Jesus Christ. Jay and Silent Bob are prophets of some sort in the movie. And it's wacky. You got to see it. Alan Rickman is playing the voice of God. What's he called?
Where can you see it at?
Yeah, he's what do they call that again? He's playing the voice of God. Salma Hayek is some biblical character. Chris Rock is also some biblical character. It's wacky. It is really. Oh, the church tried to have it banned. The Catholic Church tried to have that movie banned.
Yeah, because it was. Yeah, I remember. Like it was
heretical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in the movie, the Catholic Church is trying to rebrand, and so they, rather than have the depressing image of Jesus on a cross, they decide to make Jesus into like this hip, cool guy, and so they create what they call the Buddy Christ. Look up the Buddy Christ. Okay. And I'm gonna turn on the share screen. Hold on, Quentin. Did you get the Buddy Christ?
You know I found that.
Okay, hold on. Get a good image, and Oops, no wait. Hold on. I don't want.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
I don't want to share a screen. I want to turn sharing on so you can share a screen. Hold up. There we go. Quentin, share a screen for us. Let's take a look at the Buddy Christ. Dude, Buddy Christ t-shirts would be awesome. There he is. So that's the Buddy Christ. He's got the thumbs up and finger guns.
Yeah.
That's the Buddy Christ. that's actually from the movie.
Yeah. See, I would go and make Jesus black with an afro. And yeah, man.
Hey, Ethiopians got the real Jesus with an afro.
There is. So Jesus has like thumbs up, finger guns, and he's winking at you.
Yep. See, that's the type of Christ we need.
See, that's the buddy Christ. See, so the Catholic Church is trying to rebrand and make Catholicism friendly. And that's why they declare that if you can make it through these doors at this time, you're forgiven of all your sins. Right? And that is why it's called dogma. So this movie was pretty much hidden from us for decades. And now it's back.
I'm going to go check it out because I think it's on Amazon Prime.
No, you got to buy it right now.
Oh, you got to buy it?
It was released, but now you have to buy or rent it. I think it's going to be available for streaming sometime soon.
Yeah, it's saying it's on Netflix, but I doubt that.
Yeah, I doubt it's on Netflix. Because I was looking for it, and I saw it in my queue, but you got to rent or buy.
Yeah. So Armand, one of the things that did happen, though, because I've always had this happen to me, I finally had my moment where I was like, you've never seen this before? My girlfriend had never seen The Dark Knight. The Batman Dark Knight.
Oh, with Christian Bale?
Yeah. So, like, my girlfriend, like, she got into superhero movies because, Marvel had its whole, I think it was Phase 3 or Phase 4 run.
She liked the Phase 4 run?
Yeah. It was Phase 3, the big run, pretty much.
Oh, the Infinity storyline.
Yeah, with the Avengers, the Thor, and you know what I'm saying? Especially when Black Panther. And she was like, I don't get DC movies. So I'm like, DC movies are good. Like, I don't understand why you can't watch it. But like, as I'm like, we having this kind of talk as I'm finally watching like Batman versus Superman because I never had seen it.
Okay.
Like, we got HBO Max so I can watch it now.
Yeah. Or
like she'll catch me watching like Aquaman and those type of movies.
Aquaman is different than the rest of the DC. See, the thing that people didn't get DC because they expected Marvel kind of. See, the thing about DC movies, and I like them, DC movies are dark.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the Superman, like the Henry Cavill Superman, right?
Right.
And this is where debate comes in, right? A lot of people were like, Superman killed that dude. It's like,
what do you mean?
In Man of Steel, Superman fights. Remember, in the original version of Man of Steel, in the original Superman with Christopher Reeve, he defeats General Zod and they send them back to the Phantom Zone, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, they don't. They end up falling into some deep chasm that you don't know if they died or not.
Right.
But in the version with Henry Cavill, he kills Zod.
Yeah, he off Zod.
Snaps his neck. He breaks his neck. So, and people were saying, oh, Superman would never kill anybody. Right? But in this version, I mean, like, Zod's killing everybody. I mean, like, so in the battle between Superman and Zod, an entire city is destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't evacuate that city. People died. Thousands of people died in that battle. Okay.
And there was Marines that died. Yeah. There was
Superman killed Zod in order to stop him from killing more people.
Coming back.
So now, of course, that's controversial because Superman's supposed to be this goody two-shoes Boy Scout.
He's not Batman.
And people were like, it's like, I mean, that's Batman and Superman. So they were upset
Batman
about
and Superman totally different.
They're upset about that. And even Batman v Superman.
Yeah.
Dawn of Justice. That was also pretty dark. I mean, like,
Yeah, it was pretty dark.
There's some pretty dark. So there's some darkness there. And
but I'm a fan of Zack. I've been a fan of
Zack Snyder.
Yeah, I remember I watched Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I watched Sucker Punch.
And I was like, this guy's the shit. So
I like Sucker Punch. Okay, so comments about Zack Snyder movies is it's more style over substance. So
yeah,
see, but as a comic book fan, you like seeing images in the comic books faithfully recreated, like when he did 300.
Right.
That was some bad. I mean, like a lot of that stuff is straight out of the comic book. I mean, like the scene shot for shot when he did Watchmen.
Yeah.
Right, and that was some pretty cool stuff. I mean, I like that. I mean,
yeah, I'm like I had to watch that, and I'm like, okay, this guy is up there. I don't know why people don't like it, but I liked everything he did within DC. Now, like what I was saying, like the Dark Knight though, and she hadn't seen it, right? So I'm like, you get to the scene where the Joker kills the guy in the when they had the meeting, and she's like, oh shit. And I'm like, girl, like everything that you said to me about DC is about to change what you watching this movie. This is just the beginning. And as I'm telling her, like, because like, and I told her, I'm like, it makes you rethink movies. And it makes you rethink acting because each and every scene Heath Ledger was in was iconic.
Yeah.
Every scene was like, every time he showed up on screen, you were like, oh shit, what he about to do? I ain't never seen no movie like that.
Now here's something fun. Okay. So once you think about this and watch it again, it'll never be the same to you. Okay. Think about this. Okay. Watch the Heath Ledger Joker and just think to yourself, is he doing a Tommy Lee Jones impersonation?
From what? Like him being Two-Face?
Okay. No. Not as Two-Face, but just as an actor. So when you see it, it's awesome. But then when you think about it like that, you realize, wait a second, he sounds like Tommy Lee Jones. Okay, so the same way. So there's another movie. Remember, what's his name? Who's the dude from Christian Slater? Okay. Have you ever seen Christian Slater movies?
I can't even think about the top of the head.
Have you ever seen Heathers?
No.
So Christian Slater did a movie called Heathers with what's her name? With Winona Ryder in the 80s. And it was a good movie, solid movie. And Christian Slater was just coming out, right? Watching that movie, if you watch it again and think to yourself, is Christian Slater doing a Jack Nicholson impersonation? It seems like it. It seems like he's doing a Jack Nicholson person. So watch the Heath Ledger Joker and compare him to Tommy Lee Jones.
From any movie?
Tommy Lee Jones movie. Just the way Tommy Lee Jones talks.
Because the funny thing about it, I've been watching Men in Black and stuff like that. I'm probably going to go back because I remember before I can't believe I actually had this argument, but I did. I remember I had this argument that, and this is before The Dark Knight came out. I had told people that the best Batman was Batman Forever. Right, and everybody was like, have you even seen the Joker Batman? I'm like, nah, it's not touching it. Jim Carrey was killing it as the Riddler. And, I couldn't live that down. Of course, I could come back as a grown man and say I was wrong.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Kind of comparing because even my girlfriend was like, so was the Jack Nicholson Joker better than this Joker? I'm like, it's two different Jokers.
You cannot
It's no way to compare them.
Yeah.
It's like, even I had to tell her, I'm like, Tim Burton did the fucking first Batman. She was like, no, I didn't know that. Yeah. I'm like, you can't say nothing about DC movies until you see these type of DC movies.
And that original Batman was comic booky to a certain degree.
Yeah.
They tried to make it more gritty and real, but in comparison to the Christopher Nolan Batman, it was comic booky. When I look at the Christopher Nolan Batman movies again, they're good, but at the same time, I don't know. They tried to make Batman too real life.
True. They made it where Batman could check. I didn't know him being able to turn his neck was.
It was an issue. Yeah.
I didn't know like that. Like, because I didn't realize that Batman didn't turn his neck in none of those movies. I didn't realize
they had to redesign the costume to let him turn his head.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it wasn't until recently he was like, oh, so you want to turn your head? I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't know
because the Batman versions that they did with Michael Keaton. Okay, so Batman in the comics, all that musculature you see is supposed to be what's really underneath, right? It's supposed to be like a skin tight outfit, and the neck muscle sticking out, that's really him, right? Obviously, Michael Keaton's not built like that.
Right.
So they had to make all that muscle into the suit, and even the neck muscles, right? So you can't turn it, because if the head was able to turn, that's all that stuff would just flex and look weird. So that's why he had to keep turning his entire body. And when you watch the Keaton Batman, you realize that he's doing a full body turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no way that you could actually fight in that suit.
No.
Okay, so with this Christopher Nolan Batman, he's in a very grounded real world scenario, right? So they make it all about the gadgets, right? Okay, so they made him bulletproof. They armored him up heavy, right? So his suits are made from military prototypes.
Right.
Okay, and so they said, how can we make a real Batman? Oh well, let's make all of his gear military.
Right.
So, like, how can one guy have enough money to make that just for himself? He doesn't. His company makes the stuff for the military, and he repurposes everything that was made for the military into his own self. Even the Batmobile.
Yeah.
It's originally designed to jump rivers and create bridges, right?
Yeah, it was a tank.
They repurposed it. I think they called the Scrambler.
Right.
So they made it real. So that Batman lives in a world where the DC super powered characters don't exist.
Right. Exactly.
You couldn't imagine that Batman having a Superman.
No, I don't even think it will work.
Wouldn't work. You couldn't imagine that Batman having a Martian Manhunter. You couldn't imagine that Batman fighting Dracula.
Yeah,
right?
Or having a Wonder Woman.
You know what I'm saying? That's
a
reality-based place, right?
Yeah.
Batman fought a couple supernatural. I mean, like, Man-Bat wouldn't exist there. Solomon Grundy wouldn't exist there.
Yeah.
The Flash wouldn't exist there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, all you'd have is the regular guys is the regular guys with technology, like Batman, like Iron Man is Marvel, but Iron Man could exist in that world because he's a regular guy with technology.
Right. I mean, it was kind of like overpowered technology, but
of course, technology.
Iron Man. I mean, like they did have like
billionaire philanthropists.
Yeah, like Batman had nothing that let him fly in that movie. Well,
he had a freaking helicopter.
He had a helicopter, yeah, but he didn't have like bat wings that could do. He didn't have that kind of stuff.
No, even like I think like I probably gotta go back and watch the first one because I was even telling her I was like, you gotta watch the first one to kind of get it because like I still remember because I was like how I had my little moment with her like, dang, you ain't never seen this. I had that moment with the first Batman where like one of my coworkers was like, you ain't seen Batman Begins? Like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, Batman Begins, and I went and watched it, and it was amazing.
Now we've had three technically we've had three main incarnations of the Batman, right? We've had the Tim Burton version, even though it was different guys playing it. The three different guys play Batman in the Tim Burton version, right? You have Michael Keaton for the first two. Then Batman Forever.
Wait, that was still Tim Burton?
What's that?
That was still Tim Burton?
No, but that's the same series of Batman.
Oh, okay.
So Michael Keaton, Tim Burton did the first two. Okay. Which was Batman. And then the second one was, what was the second one again?
Batman Returns.
Okay. That's Tim Burton. Third one was, what's his name? The guy, Joel Schumacher.
Joel Schumacher
did the third and fourth one.
What were the third and fourth ones?
The third one was Batman Forever, I think. Batman Forever had...
yeah. With Val Kilmer.
And the Joker, yeah, Val Kilmer.
Yeah, and with the Riddler and Two-Face.
The fourth one was that's
George Clooney.
Batman and Robin, right?
Yeah, George Clooney.
George Clooney, right? And that one was... So George Clooney for years was sensitive about the fact that he killed the Batman franchise.
Yeah. He did kill the Batman franchise.
Because that one was a lot of hype. That version, that Batman was the most Adam West Batman we've ever seen. It was like, you can imagine him dancing like Adam West in that. It was very, very campy. Very, very campy. And honestly, it wasn't bad. I mean, like, it made money. It was not a flop.
Yeah, no, because I remember that was the most hyped movie of that summer.
I saw it opening night at the Man Chinese Theater. I waited in line it was one of the greatest movie experiences of my life. Waiting in line with all the fans to watch that movie, walk into Man Chinese, the big auditorium, and it was awesome. It was an incredible experience. when Schwarzenegger did his line at the end, the entire audience knew it was coming, and they said, and this was the first showing ever, so people figured it was great. But so that's the first incarnation of Batman, is that version. Okay.
Right.
Second incarnation, the second coming of Batman, is the Christopher Nolan version, the Christian Bale version.
Right.
So you went from this fantastical, wacky Batman to this super gritty, real life Batman. Right. Now the third version is what we got from Zack Snyder. Okay. Now that version was quote unquote realistic to a degree, but it's a world where superpowered heroes exist.
Mm-hmm.
You had Superman, you have Wonder Woman, right? So they brought together the Justice League. So they had to create a Batman that could go toe to toe with Superman.
Right.
Just like the comic. Okay, because he did fight Superman in the Dark Knight Returns in the comic books. He fought him. Okay?
Yeah.
And it's an old grizzled version of Batman.
Right.
In a semi-apocalyptic world. I mean, it's in a world where Ronald Reagan's still president.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But so they created, and out of the three, obviously, again, I'm going to talk about Batman as a combatant, Batman fighting.
Mm-hmm.
The original Batman movies, the Tim Burton begun Batman movies, Batman couldn't really fight. You can totally see he was very very stiff. It was
right.
all movie magic.
He couldn't move his head.
Okay. The second Batman was the Christian Bale Batman. That dude was fighting, but it was kind of messy. Okay.
True.
Which is more real. Okay. Very real, but it's kind of messy. Okay?
Yeah.
The third Batman, however. Okay.
Ben Affleck?
The Ben Affleck Batman, when that Batman, especially in Batman v Superman, when he fought that group of terrorists, right? Mm-hmm. That was the most comic book realistic Batman you've ever seen. I mean, like the dude, the way he fought, incorporating his gadgets, that was a real, because the comic book Batman is massive. He's 6'4", 240 pounds. He's a bruiser.
Right.
He's a huge guy who has an incredible level of physical skill. Right. And when that Batman fought, I mean, he takes advantage of size he has. He's not just pinpoint accuracy. It's like a minotaur with martial arts skills. Right. And that Batman is that was a brutal Batman. Right. And watching Ben Affleck fight as Batman was just fun to watch.
Yeah, it was.
That was fun. In terms of combat, he's the best Batman.
You think so?
When it comes to combat, because that's the most comic book realistic Batman I've ever seen.
I mean, you just see the last Batman though, right?
Which one?
The one with Robert Pattinson.
Oh, yeah, but that's a different kind of Batman. I mean, that's no longer the comic book realistic Batman that's a reimagined Batman.
It's reimagined.
Yeah, because the gear he's using, the way he fought, was not the same as the Ben Affleck. Because Robert Pattinson's not 6'5".
Oh yeah, you're right.
See, Robert Pattinson had to rely more on skill than brute strength.
Yeah, and a couple times, and he got shot a couple times.
Yeah, he's heavily armored too. Yeah, he's heavily armored. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if
he's like a punk rock Batman.
Yeah. If you have you read the Dark Knight Returns limited series? There's 4 comic books in it.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever really read a Batman comic.
So that's like an alternate universe version of Batman. So that Batman is in his 50s. He's in his early 50s. He's been retired for like 20 years. Or not 20, maybe 10 plus years, 15 years. So he stopped being Batman, and he just kind of became Bruce Wayne again. And he's a very bitter, super rich Bruce Wayne. Right? And he's gray haired. He's a gray haired, but he's been working out. He's still big. He's mad. So that version of Batman looks like Superman. He's just huge. And he comes out of retirement because he basically gets pissed off by what's happening around him in the world. And he comes out and he's very bitter. And he comes out of retirement to be Batman again. Okay. And he's old now. He's older. He's in his 50s. And so his style has changed. He's not as fast as he was before. Okay. He's got a high level of skill, but he's not as fast as he was. He's plenty strong. Okay, so in that series, he ends up fighting a character there. There's a gang called the Mutants, right? Led by some huge massive, like imagine Henry Rollins, the singer Henry Rollins. Imagine like Henry Rollins, except like 150 pounds heavier in all muscle. So the mutant leader is some punk rock looking dude who looks like basically built like Batman, except he's in his 20s. So Batman fights this character in the comic book, and this guy kicks his ass because that guy is as strong and much, much faster because he's way younger. Right. So when he faces him again, he realizes that it's like fighting Mike Tyson. You can't go head to head with Mike Tyson. He has to be strategic. So Batman's got to he's strong and everything, but he's slower. So he's got to use his skill now instead of trying to go head to head with his kid. Right. So the Batman you see in Batman v Superman is that older Batman. That's what he's based on. He's based on a Batman that's past his prime.
Yeah.
But he's still got all the skill. Imagine having all the skill, but you're no longer that fast because you're in your 50s now.
Right.
Right. That's what he is in that. So it's very comic book accurate. And in that comic book series, he ends up. So superheroes have been banned. Batman retired. The ones who are from other planets left. The Princess Diana ends up going back to Themyscira. So and whatever other heroes there are left are all in hiding. The Joker has been in a mental asylum for 15 years. Okay, Superman is now a government agent, so he's fighting for the U.S. secretly. So so what he does is he gets sent on missions by Ronald Reagan. Okay, so Batman comes out of retirement, and the U.S. government wants Batman to go back into retirement, and they send Superman to warn him, if you don't retire, we're going to have to retire you for you. So Batman says, screw this, and takes on Superman.
Yeah, you ain't about to talk, like, it's funny because it's like, I just came across that where it's like, Batman didn't really take no shit from Superman. Like, it didn't.
Yeah, dude, and the funny part is in the comic, they're friends. They've been friends for a long time. They know who they are. They know Batman knows he's Clark Kent. And Clark Kent visits Bruce Wayne just as a friendly, like, come on, Bruce, what are you doing?
Right.
And that's how the comic goes.
It's funny because I didn't grow up reading comics. You know what's teaching me more the background about a lot of these comics? It's through YouTube videos that explain comics right now.
YouTube has done a great job of that. Because the reason it's done such a good job is the people explaining it are comic book nerds.
They're comic book nerds. And you know what? Like, I think my favorite channel, I've started to come across a lot of people who do the same thing, but it's this guy named Rob. He has a channel called Comics Explained. There are people who get their videos out way before Rob, probably 2-3 days before Rob. I don't care. I gotta hear Rob explain the comic book.
Hold on, Quentin. Look up Frank Miller Batman. Shit, because I want you guys to see what the vision of Batman was for the comic books, and when you look at the Ben Affleck version, you understand why he looks like that. So
why he's so big?
You find him, Frank Miller Batman. Share it with us. Check this out. So. The Ben Affleck version is dead on. Okay, so go to images. Okay, there we go. So that's the artwork from the actual. Click that one. This is what Batman looks like in retirement. Okay, click the one where he's that one. That's also from the Dark Knight Returns. There he is. Look how big he is. Oh, the next one where he's jumping with Robin. Yeah, there we go. Look at how big Batman is. See, now that Batman costume looks like the one that Ben Affleck wears.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's what Ben Affleck is based on. That's the Batman that Ben Affleck is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
He's 52 years old. He's coming back out of retirement, and he's built like Schwarzenegger. See how big that is? How big Batman is now?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Or the one where he's balancing on a wire and he's all dark. No, to the right. No, that's not part of that one. That one. That's part of the Frank Miller one. There he is. He's just menacing looking. Batman is just as menacing. And he kills the Joker. He actually kills the Joker in this series. Which
is something he should have did a long time ago.
First episode.
Here, go to that one right, third row middle. It's like a doll, like an action figure, right next to that. That one. There you go. So yeah, that's what Ben Affleck is supposed to be trying to emulate. That version of Batman.
He looks like he's been through it.
Yeah, he's in his 50s. He's he's been through it. That's the Batman. I scroll down a little bit. I'm seeing another one down there. Oh yeah, okay. Let me see. Yeah, so this Batman's a lot beefier than because Batman has been drawn thin at other times.
Yeah.
So this Batman is. Click that one. There you go. This is an action figure of that version of Batman.
Just bulky.
He's bulky. He's big. He's 50 plus years old. He's spent most of his time just working out now. Because he's still got the build.
Just not the speed.
So you can go ahead and stop. You can go ahead and stop the share. There's a scene in the comic book version of that where he's fighting the mutants, and they're called the mutants. They're not mutants.
Mm-hmm.
Where there's a guy. Well, like one of the guys is walking along a wall with an M60, heavy machine gun, and Batman comes through the wall. He basically busts through the drywall and grabs the guy, right? Mm-hmm. And that scene is in Batman v Superman.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
that's from the comic book, exactly from the comic book.
Now the only thing though, I'm not gonna sleep on the Robert Pattinson Batman. I think it might turn up the next movie.
I mean, no. Don't get me wrong. That was a good Batman. But it's a different Batman.
Okay.
Right. So that one is based on that one comes from inspired by a series of books called Batman Year One.
Oh yeah.
That's the inexperienced version of Batman.
Right.
He's trying to find his footing. Right.
Yeah.
My only beef with the Robert Pattinson Batman is the same beef I had with the what's his name? Michael the first Batman.
Michael Keaton?
My only beef with the Robert Pattinson Batman is my same thing with Michael Keaton. Physically, he doesn't match the comic book versions of Batman.
He's not intimidating, but to me, he was more realistic though. The scenes where he's in there with the cops, I was like, I can imagine that happening in real life. It's a whole bunch of cops and there's this guy that's in there that looks like a bat. It just seemed real.
But the thing about him is that in the comic books, Batman's always been incredibly physically imposing. Right. The one actor right now who could play Batman because he has the body for it is Alan Rickman. Is it Alan? Yeah, the guy who plays Reacher.
Oh yeah.
That's what Batman looks like. That is what Batman looks like in the comics, right? Michael Keaton as Batman. Michael Keaton is an everyday, average-looking dude. There's nothing athletic about Michael Keaton whatsoever, right? That's why I never agreed with this. That guy doesn't have the physicality to do anything that his character does.
No,
I couldn't see him doing pull-ups. Right. Much less climbing up a rope. Right. Now Robert Pattinson looked athletic but lean.
No, yeah, he was definitely lean.
He was definitely leaner. And see that when they were making that, there was a lot of controversy. Like they were talking about Pattinson potentially being booted from the project because Pattinson was supposed to bulk up.
Oh, he didn't bulk
And
up.
he didn't really bulk up. I mean, think about it. Robert Pattinson was never known for his physicality. He's
No,
not an athletic dude. He's not jacked at all. I mean, he's freaking what's his character from
he's a
Twilight?
freaking vampire.
He's Edward Cullen. He's this wafy, lean, shimmering vampire, right?
Right.
That's why when he was cast as Batman, I scratched my head. I'm like, wait a second.
But they were just
Edward is
they were just
Batman?
trying to get the whole Moonlight crowd.
Yeah. But he did put a bit of effort into it, so he did get a little bit of muscularity.
Yeah.
Not a lot. I mean, like, but the suit makes up for a lot of it. But
Yeah.
at least I could see him climbing up the side of a building.
Right.
Right. He may not have put on like 50 pounds of muscle, but at least he's kind of lean and stringy.
Right.
So, he's the young Batman. So this is Batman before he went on keto.
Right.
Right. And the way he fought was more about the fact that he's hitting you with an armored fist than anything else. Right. That outfit is heavily armored. Right. So he's taking shots to the head. I mean, it's bouncing off. Right. And even Ben Affleck's Batman took shots to the head.
Right.
He's armored. He's heavily armored.
Yeah. I still remember Val Kilmer took the shot to his head, and I was like, dang. I'll tell you, that's why I thought it was the best Batman.
Val Kilmer Batman was, Val Kilmer really embodied the role.
I mean, but it's like, man, you had Jim Carrey at his height.
And Jim Carrey's height and Tommy Lee Jones. Dude.
Tommy Lee Jones.
An Oscar winner. He had won the Oscar for, and in fact, Tommy Lee Jones actually had a career plummet after he won an Oscar.
Really?
He did the thing where he did too many movies.
So
he won an Oscar, and suddenly his price tag went up, and he cashed in. So he just pretty much took any script he could, and some of those were real dogs. Some of his scripts he took were just And so for a period of time, he kind of diminished. But yeah, you have Jim Carrey at the peak of his game, right? Playing the freaking Riddler. Okay, come on, man. Okay,
yeah.
Perfect role.
Tommy Lee Jones is Two-Face, and they went real comic booky, so they gave him some crazy ass outfits.
Yeah,
right.
That spandex. I think that was the only thing that didn't age well.
Showing Batman's ass.
Yeah, that type of stuff didn't really age well.
Like getting the whole of course you'll see him he'll see him put on the utility belt, turning out there's the bat symbol, right? But then showing his butt. What was that?
Yeah. Why do we have to see that?
And why does the bat suit have nipples?
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like what utility does that serve?
Right? It's just odd. But my favorite line was from that particular movie where Robin was there too, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah, he came later.
Yeah. And so Robin shows up, and they did a nod. They did a nod to the Adam West and Burt Ward version. Remember what would Robin always say in the TV Batman?
Jiminy Christmas Batman?
No, holy something.
Holy smokes.
No, not holy. No, he uses a different word every time. When the Riddler shows up, like holy laughing clowns, Batman. Yeah, he do something like that. He's like holy King Tut, Batman. He does something wacky it's tailored to the moment,
singing.
right? So when Batman and Robin go to the villain's lair, he says this line, "Holy rusted metal, Batman." And Val Kilmer goes, "What did you say?" He's like, "This whole island's made of metal. It's full of holes and it's totally rusty." Get it? Holy rusted metal, Batman. That's what he did. That line got me. Okay, so I got to admit, I was impressed by the wittiness of holy rusted metal, Batman. But it's not meant that way. Okay, so he's just telling him it's describing the holy rusted metal. There we go. So yeah, of course there was that, and then the next one, the franchise killer, which was an awesome movie. I gotta say, that was an awesome, dude. Watching, and Bane made his first appearance.
Yeah.
Okay, and watching dude, what's her name? Did an awesome job as Poison Ivy. I don't care what anybody says.
But
Uma Thurman played it like she played Poison Ivy like Eartha Kitt doing Catwoman.
Right.
She was totally campy. Over the top. Awesome.
The whole thing about that because remember if there was like a marketing 101, that Batman will probably be it.
Yeah.
Because it sold something that was like mediocre when you think about it. There was a ride. They had songs.
Yep. They were action figures.
The only, I think, I mean,
there was a Happy Meal.
There was a Happy Meal. There was a whole, it was everything. It had everything.
Or was the Happy Meal? Oh, actually, there was controversy about that. There probably was for that, but there was a Happy Meal. There were Happy Meal toys for Batman Returns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the movie was super dark. So the second Tim Burton movie was pretty dark.
Yeah. With Danny DeVito.
That was pretty dark. Okay, so Danny DeVito's Penguin was the most grotesque thing you've ever seen.
He was.
The entire time he was just vomiting bile.
Yeah.
The black stuff. He was vomiting bile, eating raw fish.
He did eat raw fish.
He had freaking fangs and these flippers for hands. I mean, he was a deformed man.
And he tried to run for mayor.
What's that?
He tried to run for mayor.
Yeah, he did run. Didn't he win?
He did run for mayor.
Oswald Cobblepot. And and what I liked about that movie was Tim Burton threw a bone to Paul Rubens.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Rubens, who was unemployable for the longest time. Tim Rubin threw him a bone and gave him a role. Got him a little bit of a payday.
Mm-hmm.
He played Oswald Cobblepot's father. So that movie was dark. That was a dark ass movie, and of course, Christopher Walken being in it made it awesome.
Yeah,
playing Max Schreck, which is funny. So, do you guys know who Max Schreck is in real life?
No.
The actor who played the vampire in Nosferatu.
Mm.
The German actor who played the vampire was named Max Schreck. So Christopher Walken played Max Schreck, and dude, that was dark. That was a dark ass movie. Catwoman killed herself and him at the end by electrocution. And yeah, it was, and they made Happy Meals for this movie,
Oh, yeah, I remember they had a cereal for that movie.
Yeah, they made Happy Meal toys, right, for a movie that was definitely not for kids. Okay?
Yeah, I like that. I remember I had everything for that movie and never saw that movie.
That movie was great. I mean,
I had action figures. I had everything for that movie and did not see it. I didn't see that until I got older.
Dude, and the Catwoman in that, the Catwoman essentially was a revenant.
What do you mean?
A revenant is a reanimated dead body.
Oh, okay? Wow.
So Max Schreck kills her. He's a secretary. He learns too much about the business, and he pushes her off a building.
Mm-hmm.
And she falls to her death, and she's laying in the snow dead, right? And a bunch of cats come up to her and basically breathe life back into her. So, yeah, she's a freaking revenant, is what she is in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
So when she died at the end, killing Max Schreck, at the very end of it, they kind of tease that she's still around.
Mm.
She should not have been able to survive that, but obviously, since she's a revenant, she's not. She's the undead anyway.
Mm.
Yeah, that was a dark ass movie. Good one, though. I mean, I liked it a lot. That was solid. I feel that Batman Returns was better than Batman.
Really?
I liked it better. It's one of those rare instances where the part 2 was as good or better than part 1.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I don't go against the first one because after I saw it, I was like, yeah, there was nothing like this. The Danny DeVito one, like it was just, I don't know, it's just something about Tim Burton movies. It's just
actually that's the thing. The Danny DeVito one was more of a Tim Burton movie than the first one.
It was.
I still remember it was definitely Tim Burton's Batman.
Yeah, definitely. Like him writing. we talking about how grotesque he was, but remember he had this big rubber ducky
Rubber
thing.
ducky.
You know
Crazy rubber ducky. The abandoned zoo was very Tim Burton.
You're right.
Okay, that was extremely Tim Burton. The abandoned zoo, his lair, the crazy ass penguins with missiles on their backs.
Right.
Okay. Just it was very, I mean, like 100%. The opening sequence where you saw the creation of the penguin.
Mm-hmm.
Right. His father, for some reason, you're looking at it, and it's like you're looking at the father and the mansion they lived in. It's like, when was he born? Like 1890?
Mm-hmm.
It looked like Victorian. It looked like a dark Victorian English. It was weird. Right? But it's very Tim Burton.
Yeah.
That's one of the most Tim Burton movies you'll ever see. Just the feel of it. It was like a cross between Tim Burton. It was like Tim Burton decided to make the Addams Family. That's how weird it looked.
Mm.
It's cool though. You should watch it. Wait, Quentin, have you seen it?
Which one?
The one with Michelle Pfeiffer as the Catwoman?
I've seen most all the Batmans, but I don't remember all of them because they're all mixing up in my head.
Yeah, dude, watch it just so
but
you can
there's
see.
like a couple that I haven't seen.
Check it out so you can see Pee Wee Herman in it.
No, I did see that one. That's the one with Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito, yeah.
And he's got all the penguins in the spot. I remember some of that, but I've seen that one.
And that's the funny thing. I mean, like, you know, it's very Tim Burton. He was abandoned in the sewers and raised by penguins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's odd, right?
You know, it's crazy that we're talking about older movies and they just had the Emmys yesterday. I don't know what won at the Emmys.
I believe One Battle After Another. Took the big ones home.
I just walked in on my girlfriend. I was like, did the Sinners win? Because, you know, she...
Oh, Sinners. Did it win anything?
Like, I don't know. Like, I just know she's just a big Ryan Coogler fan. And I was like, did the Sinners win? And she didn't say nothing. I was like, dang, okay, maybe he didn't win. You know what I'm saying?
Have you guys seen Sinners?
I haven't seen Sinners. No.
You haven't seen, have you? Okay. Do you mind some spoilers, or you gonna watch it?
Give me some spoilers.
What's that?
Think about watching it if it sounds good.
So the thing about Sinners, so Michael B. Jordan plays two roles. He plays twins. They're called like Elijah but they're the smokestack twins. One smoke, one stack. Okay. And they go off adventuring. I mean, like, you know, they were local gangsters, and then they ended up going off and fighting in World War I. And they adventured around. They end up being enforcers, and they end up working for the Chicago mob.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now they're back, and they got a bunch of money, and they got a bunch of booze, and they want to start up their own juke joint. And that's how it starts off. So they buy an old sawmill off of some Boss Hogg looking white dude.
Mm-hmm.
Boss Hogg is, you know who Boss Hogg is?
It's a hazard.
Duke's a hazard. So they buy the sawmill off him, and they start up the juke joint. And then it in a lot of ways it feels there's a similarity to From Dusk Till Dawn, because it starts off as a crime caper type. It starts off as one kind of movie and then becomes something else suddenly, right? So they're running this juke joint, and it's packed. People are having a good time, and then a vampire shows up. Okay, attracted by the music. So they're saying that there are some musicians who are so talented that their music pierces the veil between the living and the world of the dead, right? Mm-hmm. And so it attracts spirits. And so the vampires are attracted to the music, right? And they want to make that guy, the kid, a vampire so that they can pierce the veil and these vampires can see their dead loved ones again.
Right.
Okay. Funny thing about it's this, okay? So yes, they're vampires, which are technically supposed to be evil creatures, right? But they don't come off as being terrible to me. So the vampire initially converts this couple into vampires to be with him, right? And they're in the clan. But when he converts them, their bigotry suddenly leaves them. Okay, so this vampire is ancient and he's Irish, right? And so he's just trying to create a group of people that there's a supportive community for himself, right? So he's converting them, and they got no prejudices. They just want to live forever. And, they're not looking to dominate the world. They just want to, and they're trying to reconnect with their lost loved ones through these talented musicians, right?
Right.
And so I'm watching this movie, and I'm just thinking, like, the prospect of being young and strong and beautiful forever as a vampire, and, like, they're not trying to. Of course, they're going to hurt people because they're going to eat them, right?
Right.
But they're not. They don't. They're just looking like a group of people trying to survive, right? We eat animals, right?
Mm.
Okay, that's really what it is, right? And so, when the Irish vampire converts this black dude into vampirism, he's like, "Welcome, brother. Join the group." I mean, like, they're having. I mean, he's not treating them like slaves. I mean, like, like you think the master vampire would treat the other vampires as his minions. It doesn't seem that way. It seems like he's really creating a group of people that are going to support me. Like, they don't seem bad.
He was just trying to get a little army up under him.
And he's trying to point out to them that, like, the guys who sold you this sawmill, that dude's the Grand Wizard of the clan. They're planning on coming after. They're planning on coming here tomorrow and killing you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, like, and remember, this is set. This is like 1920 something, Louisiana, right? So it's the Jim Crow South, and they're saying that you got no real freedom here. It's like, if you join us, you got freedom. I mean, like, and that you're more powerful than anything else. You can you can live the life you want. It sounds like a good trade-off.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I mean, that's my only beef with it, is that they made the vampires too sympathetic.
Where they're vampires.
They didn't make them totally hateable.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean,
you think this was like an Emmy winning movie or Oscar winning movie?
I think so. I mean, like, because to me, what the vampires were saying made sense, especially in those times. Right? Would you rather be like some black dude in Louisiana who just doesn't always get in the short end of the stick, right? Everything's against you, or would you rather be a vampire living forever, right? With all this power, being like, nothing can stop you, essentially. Obviously, something did stop them, but
right?
Which would you choose, right? And the way that they did it's this. They explained, and this is the reason why the main character didn't want to become a vampire. I guess one of the smokestack twins had lost a child, and it kind of it drove a wedge between him and his former wife, right? And the way that it was explained is that when they're converted into becoming vampires, they're still themselves. Their souls don't leave their bodies. Their soul is trapped in their own bodies. Okay, so it really is them. So it's not like Quentin got bit in the neck and was now somebody entirely different. You're still you, except your soul's bound to your body now. Okay, so you would live forever as yourself. Okay, except you're part of the vampire hive mind. I mean, they all know each other's thinking, and that's why they know each other's stories. They connect with each other. So the reason why one of the main characters didn't want to become a vampire is because they'd never be able to pass on to the next plane, so they'd never see their child. It's like, I got somebody. That's the line. I got somebody waiting for me on the other side. What is this excuse? They didn't want to live forever. So that's my only beef with it. The vampire plan made sense to me. It's like, why not? Why not take control like that? And so that's how that went. Music's really good. So it turns out that the guy. So there's an actor who's playing the character of Sammy, also called Preacher Boy. He's playing. So one actor plays him as a young man. And he's a blues singer. He plays guitar. He's really good, right? And there's another actor who plays him as an old man. And it turns out that both versions of him are professional singers. And when you watch the credits at the end and you look at the songs, they're really performed by him. So it's definitely a movie worth watching. I like the time period.
Mm.
It was really done well, and you can believe Michael Jordan being two different people.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna see it. You know, I mean, how many customers? I mean, of course, my girlfriend tried to get me to watch it. You know how many customers came in and was like, "You ain't seen Sinners?" I'm like, nah, man, you gotta watch it. Man, next time I see you, you need to see Sinners. I'm like, all right, man, shit.
I mean, don't watch it because of the mainly black cast. Watch it because it's a decent movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't watch it just to support. Maybe watch.
I mean, it's not even just supporting black cast members. Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan have done really good movies.
They have.
You know what I'm saying? From the Creed series to Wakanda Forever, Fruitvale Station, everything they've done has been out of this world. So I mean, like me not seeing Sinners, it's just like even with me with Wakanda Forever, it took me a while to see Black Panther 2. I got to be in the mode to really, really want to see.
Black Panther 2 didn't hold a candle to 1.
Oh, definitely didn't. That's why I didn't want to see it. I knew it wasn't.
Main character.
The only thing though, I did like it though.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was decent, but it wasn't anything.
It wasn't. Yeah, because Black Panther 1, like Jesus Christ,
that was a good movie.
It was a good movie. It had like a whole bunch of just like the energy around the movie. Mm-hmm. People going to the movie theater dressed up and all that type. I like that was a moment. I'll just say it like that.
There was a good twist to that too.
What?
That the son was actually
Killmonger was.
Killmonger. He was actually one of them.
Yeah,
and they didn't believe that he was until he pulled that lip.
Not just one of them. He's the son of the one who should have been. He's the son of a prince.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, it was a good movie, and Michael B. Jordan really had the look down pat. I mean, like he worked out hard for that movie. He built huge shoulders. I mean, like hard to do. I mean, he did a really good job.
You believed he was Killmonger.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't hurt that Creed was coming out. Like he already got into that shape before for Creed.
Right.
Right. It didn't hurt that he did that before that, but he looked like Killmonger. I mean, like that's Killmonger.
Yeah, like like even I'm finally ready to watch. What is it? The Ant-Man and the Wasp with what's his name? Brandon Majors.
I can't recommend watching. I mean, like that
one with Kang the Conqueror.
That phase of Marvel was just
horrible.
I mean, like the Ant-Man and the Wasp series is. I mean, like it's in terms of popularity, it's a minor character.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people watch that just to prepare for like, and those things kind of exist out of the continuity of because of the quantum realm. They exist out of the continuity of Avengers series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like you don't really need to watch that to understand the Avengers movies.
Right.
It's just that
I've just been seeing a lot of
and another reason maybe not to really have to watch that is because they completely retcon things now because of what's his name again? Who played the Kang?
Oh, Brandon Majors. Because
of his troubles, they pretty much canceled out Kang.
Right.
So Kang was set up. The Kang the Conqueror was set up to be the big bad for the next who knows how long, right? So he was supposed to be the man, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to be like the new Thanos, right? So but they were forced to rethink that when he became unemployable.
Mm-hmm.
And now, so they've redone their thinking, and I'm curious to see how this rolls out. Dr. Doom has been brought in as, and Dr. Doom is an iconic Marvel. He was like the probably the most famous Marvel bad guy to comic book fans. We all know Dr. Doom is a comic book fan,
right?
But I'm still curious how they're having Robert Downey Jr. playing him.
Right. I think
it's very obviously the same dude as Iron Man.
Right.
It's like, how are they going to, they've got to twist this as, and in order to do that, I'm not sure why they did that. Cause Dr. Doom has a
Has
very,
his own
very famous
backstory.
past. He's a very famous backstory.
Victor Von Doom.
He's Victor Von Doom. Yeah. He's, I mean, of course, when you read the comics, like this is set in 1930, but Victor Von Doom is iconic.
Right.
So this version of him has got to be some alternate universe Tony Stark. It's got to be.
Yeah.
Or it's got to, or it could be Victor Von Doom cloning Tony Stark and using his, I don't know. Somehow Tony Stark's going to work, they got to work his way back into it.
Right. Because, I mean, wasn't he like, what is it? I don't know. The finger snap? Didn't he go away with the finger snap?
Yeah. His body couldn't handle the, it would take like Hulk level power to be able to handle Hulk or Thanos level power to take the finger snap.
Right.
And when the Hulk did it, it shriveled his arm.
Right.
Right. So Tony Stark, being not only human but mortal, he died. Right. There's no coming back for him. So what is this? So, but here's the problem. The reason why it came about is because Marvel has realized its mistakes that it's making. It's not connecting with its own fans. So they know that the fans want the original guys back. So they brought back Robert Downey Jr. in some way. And
they just have a whole bunch of just movies that were just whack.
They did. That flopped. Get this. It's confirmed that Captain America's back for this now too.
Yeah. Everybody's back. I think they're supposed to have the X-Men back too.
Well, not back. They never existed in Marvel. In this version of Marvel. Remember, X-Men is Sony.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
But now they've worked things out and Marvel has the X-Men now.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're wondering who's going to be Wolverine. Because freaking Hugh Jackman has played him forever. And Hugh Jackman, I mean, he's a great Wolverine, but, he's getting kind of old for the role.
Right.
And how long can this dude keep getting shredded like that? And, they're starting it up again, so Wolverine's going to be around for another 20 years. You got to realize Hugh Jackman's been playing Wolverine since like 1999.
True.
Right? So who's going to play him now? And is he going to be more comic book accurate? Because the comic book Wolverine's like 5'2".
Right.
He's this little tiny compact Wolverine.
He was never ever comic book accurate.
Yeah. And the funny part is in Deadpool and Wolverine, they tried to show a bunch of comic book accurate versions of Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you've never seen it, Deadpool goes into the multiple universes, into the multiverse, trying to find a replacement Wolverine, and so he encounters all these multiverse versions that match directly to comic book versions. And the very first thing he runs across is a CGI version of Hugh Jackman made 5'2".
Right.
He's this little angry thing, right? And it kind of shows you that, yeah, that's kind of, a bunch of fans were pissed off that they chose a tall guy. But when you see a comic book accurate version, it's not that intimidating. Yeah, so they made a whole bunch of different versions of him. Like they have a version where Hugh Jackman's playing the patch version of Wolverine. He's got an eye patch. And then they did another fan casting version where they had the Cavalrine, where it's Henry Cavill playing Wolverine. Dude.
Oh, yeah.
He was a good Wolverine, dude. I could see Henry Cavill being brought on to play Wolverine in the new X-Men. I can see that. Totally see it. He's got the right build. He's tall, yes. But he's got the right build. Totally see it.
Well, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I got Disney Plus. So
yep.
I don't necessarily have to see the Ant-Man and Wasp Quantumanium. The only reason I brought that up is because I've been seeing tons of shorts with Jonathan Majors where I'm like, okay, I'm ready.
I mean, it's free. You can see it. You might, if you have some spare time, you might as well.
But is it that garbage?
It's not that it's garbage. It's just that it's not great. And it's been pretty much, I mean,
It doesn't make any sense within the whole grand scheme of
Well,
things.
no, because it's been cut. It's been eliminated. The whole storyline's been scrapped.
Dang.
So it's leading to nothing. Kang is out.
You don't think they'll ever bring him back?
No, because Jonathan Major is unemployable right now.
No, well, shit, I don't know. I thought he changed his image.
Well, no, dude. What was it? He had like some abuse things going on. He had something that.
And that white girl was chasing him.
They Me Too'd him.
Yeah, they Me Too'd him.
Yeah, they Me Too'd his ass.
But I thought he came back.
No, dude, what's he been in lately? Jonathan Majors. Has he been in anything lately?
Hold on. I can't believe that was his last one. It was his last one. Shit.
Dude, Magazine Dreams.
Huh?
Magazine Dreams, it says.
What is that?
I don't know what it is.
So you never heard of. So you mean Jonathan Majors was hot for a moment there. He got the Kang gig. You know, he was hot.
He did Lovecraft Country.
Lovecraft Country, he got the Kang gig. He did Creed 3, I think.
He did Creed, and then like the movie that really to me put him like out there was White Boy Rick. When he was in White Boy Rick, I was like, okay, who is this guy? Then, the guy from White Boy Rick did Creed. And then when he got to like, oh damn, you a Marvel character now?
Yeah.
It was sad that it happened to him like that. But it's like, I don't know, like right now, I don't believe none of this shit no more.
Wait, so was he charged with anything? I mean, is it criminal?
I don't think so.
Was it criminal? What's the deal?
He didn't do no jail time. I saw the video that I saw, that white lady was chasing him.
Wait. So Quentin, he's looking it up. Has he been charged with anything? Is he still facing legal woes? What's the deal?
I'll read you what I found so far. Jonathan Major's career faced a major setback after his 2023 conviction for misdemeanor assault and harassment of his ex-girlfriend.
So he was convicted. Okay, so he was convicted. A misdemeanor, so no jail time then.
Misdemeanor assault. What does that mean?
Misdemeanor assault and harassment.
So he didn't probably have any jail time. Misdemeanor.
Probation and domestic violence program instead of jail time.
See, now the issue is that it's not speculation. He's been convicted. So There's no way that Marvel could have him headlining anything.
Yeah, I get it.
Because he was convicted, there's no way that he could come back from that and do Marvel. Marvel could never have him.
I mean, no, I get it. It's just now I'm like these type of convictions and stuff like that. I'm diving deep into them now. Tyler Perry has apparently got a case on him right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
With Tyler,
huh? What is his? I didn't know that.
Yeah, somebody's trying to sue him for $77 million. My main thing is, right, you a grown man. He said that Tyler Perry did things that were inappropriate to him, right?
Oh, Tyler Perry's getting diddied.
He's getting diddied. My thing is, and he's getting diddied by two people.
That sounds wrong.
If he did something inappropriate, why did you keep coming back? That is my main thing. If he did something inappropriate, you should have never went back. That's when the case should have started. This guy went back 6-7 times and then want to complain. I'm not like, nigga, you was not no victim. You trying to set shit up. And you was probably flirting with him and leading him on. I don't care that he was your boss. If he was your boss and you felt that way, you shouldn't have dealt with him at the first time. That's when you should have called it out. Okay. All that extra shit, no. I don't think he deserved anything.
Let's jump back on Jonathan Major's situation. See, now there's a thing. So there's a difference. Okay, so let's compare the Jonathan Major situation to the Kevin Spacey situation. Right. Kevin Spacey can still be employed. I mean, like, Kevin Spacey wasn't charged with anything. Kevin Spacey was somebody just came out with a woe is me story, but there's no criminal. There was no lawsuit. Period.
Right.
There was no criminal activity. Nothing. Kevin Spacey was just, it's just a difference of opinion, is what it was. Some guy felt a certain way about what happened, and Kevin Spacey. I mean, like, it was just a he said she said type of thing.
Right.
Or in this case, a he said kind of thing. And about an incident that happened, like when this guy who's like a 40-plus-year-old man now was a 16-year-old boy, way back in the day. Like, he was saying, "Oh, I felt uncomfortable at Kevin Spacey party. I was alone with Kevin." Why was a underage kid at a Kevin Spacey party to begin with. His parents took him there. I mean, like he was trying to break into the industry, right? What parent would drop their 16-year-old kid off at Kevin Spacey's house in his like loft apartment in Manhattan? Who would do that?
Right.
You're setting yourself up for something stupid, right? Anyway,
Right.
so Kevin Spacey was judged in the court of public opinion and lost everything, right? Now he's employable again because he didn't commit a crime. The guy didn't even accuse him of raping him. He just accused him of making him feel uncomfortable. That was the whole thing. Kevin Spacey came on to me, right? Did he really? Did you misconstrue it? You were 16. You mean you were maybe you just didn't understand me. Who knows? Maybe he was right. Who knows? Right? But we'll never know. And there's no criminal case around it.
Right.
Okay. And everybody who's ever worked with Kevin Spacey can never say anything bad about him. They always laud his professionalism, how he's a great actor. He's a solid collaborator. Nobody ever complained about that guy. Okay. All these big actors who work with him would like to work with him again. Nobody complains. He was the best person to work with. So Kevin Spacey can make a comeback. Now,
He good.
here's the thing. Jonathan Majors can't because he's convicted. Right?
He can. To me, he can.
Well, no. To a place like Disney, no.
No, not in a place like this.
He's never going to play Kang. He's never going to do Marvel. Okay.
Yeah, that was a lock. Even though I'm trying to I can't get the paperwork or really read it.
He can work in independent film.
He can work in independent film or
edgier directors, edgier studios. Kind of like he's making a comeback, like he's on his he's out there trying to. His comeback is more of a changing his life kind of a comeback.
Right. But I think you can get people like that for the low.
Yeah, but he'll never do. I mean, his gig as Kang is done. Kang ain't coming back because there's no way that the House of Mouse can have somebody with a criminal background working for them.
I mean, I get it.
He'll never do family friendly stuff. So he'll never be in family friendly movies. He'll do the kind of shit that Robert Downey Jr. did before because Robert Downey Jr.'s redemption arc was a bit different.
Right.
He just had a drug problem.
Right.
Okay. And he spent years getting past that. Right. He wasn't convicted of any violent crimes. People kind of saw a second chance there being possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What Jonathan Majors was convicted of, even though it was a misdemeanor, is something that a family-based studio can't really have their actors doing.
True.
So yeah, Kang is gone, and Disney had to really backpedal because they really based the next wave around him.
It was like from the shorts that I'm seeing, it looking like it was going to be good.
But one thing about Kang though is Kang's not as top tier as Doctor Doom.
No.
He's not. I mean, Doctor Doom has got so much, and Kang's kind of confusing. Do you know what Kang is?
I mean, I don't know. I thought he was just a conqueror.
Kang is a multi-dimensional. Okay, so Kang is some form of descendant of Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four.
A descendant?
Yeah, he's related to Reed Richards. So he's either a descendant or he's a variation of him. And so what happens is that Kang he has a multiversal war where he goes to conquer every version of himself.
Right.
Okay, because he's like the smartest man. Like Reed Richards is touted as the smartest man to ever exist, right?
Right.
He is all that too.
Mm.
So whether he is an alternate version of a descendant of Reed Richards, or if he is Reed Richards, I'm not sure. But supposedly he's thousands of years into the future. He's descended from Reed Richards.
Mm.
That's what Kang is, and Kang becomes almost godlike in his conquest of himself. Okay, so that's what Kang is, which is it's a high concept thing. It can be kind of confusing. Okay, whereas Doctor Doom is not confusing at all. He's the monarch of, was it Latveria? Is that
Yeah.
He's the monarch of Latveria. He's the child of gypsies. He's the child of gypsies, educated in America, super brilliant, like with an intellect on the level of Reed Richards. Okay, and he becomes their arch nemesis. I guess they go to college together, and he's supposed to be like really good looking and really vain and really he's just full of himself. And he ends up getting expelled because of an accident that happens where he blows up his lab. He's trying to do, basically, he is a combination of Reed Richards, Tony Stark, and Doctor Strange. Because he fuses technology with the mystic arts. He's part of that crew. So yeah, that's what he does. So all of his tech is combined with magic. So that's why he's as powerful as he is. So yeah, so that's so he travels the world trying to learn all the dark secrets. So that's why he's like Doctor Strange, who did the same thing. And he has all the tech of Reed Richards, and he's got the money behind him. So he goes and conquers Latveria, and he conquers it because the Latvian monarchs killed his family. His father was some sort of healer, and he wasn't able to heal. He wasn't able to save the son of whoever ruled Latveria, and they killed him for it. And so yeah, so he comes back and he takes over the place, and now he's got the entire country behind him. And yeah, so that's Doctor Doom.
Yeah, it was like I mean, it happened in the cartoons. Doctor Doom had captured the Silver Surfer.
Yeah, he's badass. Doctor Doom is hardcore. I mean,
yeah, and was running around on the Silver Surfer surfboard. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't.
Doctor Doom's armor is pretty cool looking, right?
It is. I mean, he was always like, but it is going to be interesting. It's like because they teased that like a couple years ago.
Now, here's what's nuts though. See, the thing about Doctor Doom, do you know why he wears the mask?
I forgot. Well, I mean, I thought it was various reasons.
Okay. So in that accident, remember I said that there was an explosion in the lab, and when he was trying to do his thing during college, he got expelled. He got disfigured in that explosion. So this previously super handsome guy, now when they showed him getting expelled, he had the full on mummy bandages on his face.
Yeah.
And so when he removes it, now he's hideous. And so he hides his face behind that mask. He never takes it off because he doesn't want people to see his disfigurement. So that's an odd thing. That's one of his defining traits, is his vanity and his disfigurement. Why are you going to get a high-paid actor like Robert Downey Jr. to play a guy who doesn't take his mask off?
Right.
But that almost think there's got to be a twist like later.
They got to retcon it because he's gonna take it off, and it's gonna be Robert Downey Jr. So the whole his bitterness about being misshapen and ugly is gone because he's Tony Stark again.
I don't know. I mean, I guess Avengers, because doesn't that come out this year?
I don't know.
I think Avengers Doomsday comes out this year.
They teased it, so Avengers Doomsday was so. Tony Stark came out in Comic-Con last year as Doctor Doom. I think it was last year. He came out as Doctor Doom. It's like, okay, there's a twist.
Your release date for Avengers Doomsday is December 18th, 26.
Okay. But I don't know, for some reason, to me, this was all done as a backpedaling move. The bringing Tony Stark back, bringing Downey Jr. back. There was some desperation in that. Making Doctor Doom the big bad guy again was not the original plan. Remember, it was going to be Kang the Conqueror. So bringing back Doctor Doom was because Kang got Me Too'd. So they had to change everything.
Yeah.
Right. Rather than try to replace the actor, they just decided, let's just. I mean, and they also looked at the writing on the wall. They also looked at their box office for the latest movies, and it wasn't what they wanted.
Yeah.
So they had
I know Ant-Man and the Wasp.
they had to pivot, and so let's change the bad guy. Let's make it Doctor Doom. Let's bring back Tony Stark.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, even though they're moving in a direction the fans would like them to move into,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if they're going to put it together in a way that's pleasing.
Mm.
So we'll see. I mean, because the whole Infinity arc, that was some great storytelling. From the formation of the Avengers to the end where they defeated Thanos, that was good stuff.
Right.
Right. What came afterwards was not. Like the 10 rings thing.
You didn't like it?
Did not like that at all. It was not. I mean, like, come on, man. Even the level of special effects, I'm like, oh, come on. It's like, it almost looked like it was designed to be released on Disney Plus exclusively. It was like bargain based on special effects.
Mm.
Okay, and the whole retconning them to be like rings on your arms. Come on, the Mandarin is wearing 10 rings on his fingers.
Mm.
Okay, and I think they're either extraterrestrial or extra dimensional. Each ring is a different stone that has a power, right? And the Mandarin commands all 10 of them, right? So that was weird, number one. What else is out there? Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's, I mean, not terrible, but one of the lesser Marvel movies. Of course, The Marvels. The Marvels was a flat-out flop.
Nobody saw the Marvels. Nobody saw the Eternals.
Yeah, the Eternals. My God.
I watched the Eternals.
There we go. One guy saw it, and actually I saw it too. And I'm like, come on, man. That the Eternals looked like a movie designed to like just bring a bunch of different ethnicities together.
Right.
It's like, dude, if they're coming from the stars, you'd think they'd be all one people. I mean, come on, man. What's up? That's going on.
I don't think they look like Spawn.
Yeah, but I think they were looking for some diversity in the characters, though.
Well, no, but I mean, it's got to make some sense.
Does it really?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like, okay. You guys ever seen that movie, The Great Wall?
No.
I call it the Matt Damon money grab. Okay, it's a Chinese production. It takes place in the Great Wall of China, and they retcon it to make the Great Wall. The Great Wall was built to keep some creatures out of China. Okay, and okay, so how do we get Matt Damon in this? So they had Matt Damon and somebody else be like mercenaries traveling around China, and it didn't make a lot of sense to have a white dude in that movie. Did not make a lot of sense to have that happen. But they wanted Matt Damon's star power. So they found a way to write Matt Damon into the story. Right? Or how about Keanu Reeves in 47 Ronin? 47 Ronin was actually, so they took the story of the 47 Ronin and made it supernatural. Mm-hmm. That's what they did. Okay? And they said, okay, let's make a character that's like, half Japanese and half white. So if you make a character half Japanese, half white, we can make him a shunned outsider. Mm-hmm. Okay. There was no half Japanese, half white character in the original 47 Ronin story. Obviously there wasn't supernatural stuff either. Right. Mm-hmm. But they had to find a way to shoehorn Keanu Reeves into an entirely Japanese cast. Mm-hmm. Okay? I watched it and it was fun to watch, but still, it felt kind of forced. Sometimes things feel forced.
Sometimes things feel forced after you find out.
No, even before you find out. I mean,
Kung Fu.
I'm looking at it going, what's that?
Kung Fu. It felt forced after I found out he wasn't Asian.
Dude, okay, were you convinced he was? Dude, for years. Okay, get this. Okay, this is going to sound terrible, okay? For years, I thought that David Carradine was part Chinese. I swear, for years, I thought that dude was part Chinese.
He realized who his brothers were. Huh?
Then I saw the rest of his family. Like, wait a second, who's his father? I thought he was half Chinese. And the thing about him, they didn't really use any prosthetic makeup on him. They just had him squint. I was really surprised to learn that he was just flat out white.
It was some good marketing.
It was awesome. I mean, like,
He
and,
walks
and
like
really, I
Earth.
mean, like, I look at Kung Fu, and I don't hate it.
Dude, I loved it. I can't hate it because I watched it
now I look at
every
it,
day.
and I mean, like, I'm saying, okay, that's. I did not mind him playing this Asian character, and actually they made him half Asian, so they made him half white. So I really thought that he was like part Asian. I really did. Okay, but Keanu Reeves being in that movie is like, sometimes you force an actor into a movie that he doesn't quite fit,
Right.
right? Just because you want his star power. Okay, so I mean, there's some time, I mean, like, so the Eternals is one of those things where the Eternals feel super forced. I'm looking at it going, man, they really, really tried to make it the United
But the
Colors of
end didn't
Benetton.
even feel right.
Yeah,
The
right.
end didn't feel right.
The whole thing didn't feel right.
Like the guy turned on all of them and huh?
Yeah,
And we got to live forever?
the
But
whole
you're going to
thing-
turn on us?
The whole thing wasn't correct. I was like not digging the Eternals at all. But that's gone. What else is gone from? I mean, like, the Eternals, that was just, should have never been made.
Mm.
Yeah, and I mean, and some of those characters just didn't feel right in the roles. Angelina Jolie, that felt odd, her playing that role.
Oh yeah.
I just Raymond, have you seen Eternals?
No, but I know Angelina Jolie was in it.
Yeah, she was in it. I mean, Eternals, I recommend, like, you can skip that entirely. There's no reason to watch that.
I'm not gonna watch it. I mean, the Marvels,
Dude, the Marvels.
the Thunderbolts, whatever that was called.
To me, Thunderbolts, I saw it. To me, Thunderbolts was like a direct to Disney Plus kind of a thing.
Right. I don't need to watch it. Now, like I said, the only reason I was even considering watching Ant-Man and the Wasp is because I keep seeing these shorts with Jonathan Majors as Kang the Conqueror. And I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't even check this out. And he looked like he did a low-key good job. That's the only reason I was
I mean, yeah. Just the only reason why it's disappointing. I mean, like, you watch it, and if you do like it, you're disappointed. Have you ever started watching a series on Netflix and get really into it, only to find out, like, you see, there's 5 seasons, right?
No
There's
more
5 seasons,
seasons.
right? And you're watching it, and you realize, and when you get to the end of it, you realize, oh shoot, they canceled it.
Yep.
Right? So you just spent many hours watching 5 seasons of something you really got into that has no conclusion.
No, I take one better than that. Heroes, when it turned for the writers messed it up.
Yeah, or
that was a great show.
Game of Thrones.
Jacked it up.
Game of Thrones is one of those things where I wish I'd never watched any of it.
Really?
Dude, the way it ended was so wrong. I mean, like, what the hell just happened? It was just, what were they even thinking? They just ruined the entire thing. A great series ruined by a terrible final season. It's almost worse than watching something for 5 seasons only to realize that it didn't get renewed and no questions are answered.
It just cut off.
Dude, I just watched. Have you guys seen that movie 12 Monkeys with Bruce Willis?
Yeah.
They made a series of that. So they made a 12 Monkeys TV series. Okay, and it got 5 seasons. And it got an ending. So all 5 seasons was critically praised. So fans of sci-fi got their money's worth in that thing. So all 5 seasons got well reviewed. And it is a time travel type thing. So yes, time travel can get confusing. But they did a really good job. There are things that happened in one season that tie in so you have to wait a whole season to find out the weird quirkiness of it. It's like, because they're jumping back and forth in time, right? And so sometimes something that began in one season gets explained in another.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much they thought it through, right? So that one, that was good. I was happy that there was a real conclusion. In fact, it's one of those things where it was written out that way. So it wasn't like they got to that season and had to rapidly create an ending.
Mm-hmm.
It was all mapped out already. So yeah, I recommend 12 Monkeys. I did enjoy it.
The series or the movie?
The series. I recommend that. It stars the guy who played Pyro in the X-Men. The original X-Men movies.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Remember Pyro, the guy with the Zippo lighter? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but definitely that's worth watching. But there's so many things where like you watch it and you realize, oh man, this got canceled, and now you're pissed because like the Heroes, you say Heroes is disappointing.
Man, that was a great move. That was a great TV show until the writers jacked it up.
Dude,
whatever season it was where the writers striked or whatever it was.
The Witcher's the same way. The Witcher had to go to a strong opening, and then it went downhill from there. And of course, Henry Cavill, we talked about that before. Henry Cavill jumped ship because he didn't like the way it was going.
I would have too.
Right? So he bailed on that. So The Witcher was like that. Game of Thrones is like that. There's a lot. Now, here's one I have not seen. Now, have you guys seen Lost?
Mm-mm.
Have you guys heard of Lost?
I think I watched some.
Abrams.
Yes. When it comes to these, it's like legendary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have never seen Lost at all. Not even an episode.
Really?
I'm curious to watch it. And I've heard that the writing gets weird at the end, but it doesn't implode.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that's potentially on the radar for me to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to hold off on watching stuff because actually, I got to finish out. So finally, I convinced Jerome's coming up here to record.
Oh, to record the course?
The videos. So he's recording here in studio.
Yeah.
So I finally got that out of the way. So going to get that banged out and put that out for the world to see.
How long do you think it'll take?
Oh no! Well, we're just going to record we're going to record the welcome video for the course, and at the same time probably bang out a value video. Because the welcome video and the value video script are pretty much the same thing. Just got to tweak them slightly.
If I can give you a little tip.
Yes.
Because I went through this, right, with doing my value video, and I'm going to redo mine.
Hold on a second. Hold that thought. Be right. Okay, we're talking about a little tip for the value video. Hold that thought.
All right, Raymond. I'm ready to start the food place, man.
Here you go.
And do you want to take a trip to Mr. Tenderism? Because he's only about 2 hours away.
I thought it was in Marietta, Georgia.
Oh, brother, he's in Marietta, California.
Oh, I knew that was a different Marietta.
Yeah, I looked him up.
Oh, okay. More likely, yeah.
41539 Calamia Street, Marietta.
Oh man, I'm thinking a different Marietta. I'm thinking Marietta, Georgia.
Okay,
so he's here.
There's 2 spots though. I don't know if he's at either one or which one.
Ain't no telling. I mean, you know what? I've just been slacking because I had a lot of stuff going on towards the end in the fourth quarter, right? Now that I'm getting restarted, because even like I still need to catch up with our videos because I'm really behind. I think I'm like
you put up 3 or something just recently.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. I've been putting up a lot, but I'm still really, really, really behind. Once I really get caught up, I'm ready to do go back to doing my cooking videos. Where like I figured out how to keep doing my restaurant reviews. You know, that happens with my glasses, and then I've been doing a little bit more with my phone. But definitely I would love to take a trip because I vlog everywhere I go now.
Dude, it's an hour and a half.
It's worth it.
Okay. Tip for the value video.
Tip for the value video. Record line by line. Do not try to do the whole thing all the way through.
Okay.
One line, stop. Next line, stop. And piece it all together. I realized because I messed up a ton of times and it kept making me mad because it was like.
Well, okay. So in our case, remember, I'm using teleprompters.
I had the teleprompter.
Okay.
It was making me mad. I ended up doing it line by line. And that's why you actually see like a lot of B-roll footage.
Okay.
In my edit. It made it easier to where I knocked it out in like 2-3 hours.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just now, the only reason I'm gonna redo it is because I want to redo it at this angle.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily got to redo it at this angle, but I'm gonna redo it at this angle, and then from there, and then I'll probably release it afterwards. But so you got line by line worked.
So you got the full on teleprompter so your camera is inside a teleprompter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to got the whole thing.
Good.
Like that. Like when it was time to do it, I was like, oh shoot, let's break out the teleprompter. Let's get this thing going. And yeah, it was like reading it. It was just like
the funny thing about the teleprompter, Quinn. You haven't experienced this yet. Okay. This is the thing you got to realize about the teleprompter and the software. Okay. So the teleprompter essentially is the camera is inside this housing, right? With a piece of glass in front of the camera at an angle. Okay. What happens is that you put your cell phone or a tablet beneath that glass, and it's reversed. It's backwards. Yeah. Okay. So when it reflects in the glass, you can read it. Okay. So on the glass, you can see the words you're going to say. So instead of having it on a screen beneath and you're looking down to read it, and it looks like you're looking off camera, you're looking right at the camera when you're reading it. Okay. The camera can't see it. Okay. That's how the teleprompter runs, right? Now, this is the thing to realize. Then this is what screws most people up. And this is one of the reasons why Raymond went line to line. The software scrolls. Okay. You don't need to keep up with it. Okay. Everybody thinks that the software starts off, and if it gets past you, then so people start talking too fast.
Right.
Because they think that they got to keep up with the software. But the way that the software works is that it's hearing what you're saying and advances based on the words you're saying. So it doesn't, you're not keeping up with it. It's keeping up with you. But so you psychologically have to get that like crammed into your head, because what ends up happening is as it's scrolling, you think that you're getting behind. So you start to read, you get nervous, you read quicker.
Right.
Right. But going line by line will work, but you gotta.
I broke down and did it because, I mean, yeah, I was really more frustrated because I was like, this shouldn't be hard for me to do this. Like, remember a paragraph to just read, because even like I kept breaking it down because it was like 3 paragraphs, right? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna break it down, do a paragraph by paragraph. Kept messing up. All right, let me do sentence by sentence. Still messing up. Then I just started doing line by line, and I was able to knock it out. And it was just I don't know why it was frustrating like that for me, but I know when I do the next one, I'm doing it just like that because I trust my editing. I know I'm gonna fix it in post.
Yeah, you have to edit.
And then I also had the whole, using the whole what is that? B-roll footage.
Yeah, so there's a couple ways to approach it. If you want it to be a continuous read, you can do that, but you have to get used to it. Right. Going line by line makes it lets you get it done faster, just because not. But then you got to start working on making it smooth in editing.
Yeah, so I think you and probably Jerome might be able to knock it out like that. I just know, like, man, because I mean, I know you guys are gonna try to do minimal editing.
Yeah,
and
we really don't want a lot of B-roll in ours. So like with Jerome up there, we want, because especially the thing that's getting him is he wants to sound confident and put together, and he wants the camera to be on the whole time. He doesn't want to cut out. So he wants it to sound natural. I kept telling him that sounding natural doing this takes a while.
Yeah.
Because you got to get used to me. It really is a practice makes perfect kind of a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I was mad because I was already like, just even with doing this and then other like videos I do, I'm like, why are you struggling with
why am I struggling with this? Yeah, I think, like, and even me, I mean, that's the reason why sometimes it really helps if what you're teaching in a course is something you do every day.
True.
Right? Because you are completely, like a good example. So Quentin, your course is going to be about fitness and a lot of this stuff you are talking about on camera for the first time. Like the stuff that I talk about every Wednesday, right? Digital entrepreneurship stuff, like like methods of monetization, how what's it called? Sponsorship works versus ad ad monetization versus what's it called affiliate marketing, right? I can explain all that because I talk about it all the time. So if I have a script on it, because you have to be, even if you do it every day, you got to be scripted, right? Like Jerome was thinking, like, okay, so you guys have seen the value videos for 14-Day Filmmaker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jerome thought that was unscripted.
Oh no,
it's not. But the reason it sounds unscripted is because he's so familiar with it.
So familiar with it.
Yep. And he uses teleprompters every single day. He's completely familiarized with the software, how it works. He's done this.
And that might have been a thing for me too, because you know what? I don't remember. Like that was the first time me cracking up the teleprompter in a while.
It does take it does take time to, you do feel like you're chasing it. You just have to convince you have to understand, I am not chasing it. It's keeping up with me.
Right.
So see, the thing is, yes, it will advance on you, and what you just said will be gone. So a lot of times mentally you think, did I miss a line? Okay. You'll never miss a line because it will not advance past that line until it's been said. Right. So as long as it's still on the screen, it hasn't been said yet. So you're the entire time you're thinking there, because you're reading it and it's scrolling up and the words are leaving the screen, and you think, oh man, did I get behind it? You can never get behind it. Okay. So yeah, and so in the beginning when you do it, you got to go slow. It's going to be slower than natural, and you got to realize you're practicing, right? So you're reading it off the line. Like for example, like I'll read something like, here we go. To whom it may concern, I/we are in the process of closing real estate transaction through blah, 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 blah services and escrow agent. As part of this process, blah, blah, blah services and escrow agent will need to verify information pursuant to the loan / that's slower than natural. But you read it that slow in the beginning to get used to it. And then as you do take after take, you increase it to a speed that sounds natural. It's just that you get frustrated in the beginning because as you're reading it, you think, oh man, it skipped a line. It did not. If you ever start to get that feeling, if you ever start getting anxious about it, slow down a second and read the lines, because you're not behind. You're where you should be. Right. It just doesn't. And as you do it over and over again, it'll feel natural eventually. Okay, but it helps to practice running through it, because you can record. Yes, our hard drive space is not infinite, but every time you record something, if you are running out, if you are really running low on space, delete it as you go. But I advise to record them all. Don't just read it in the teleprompter without recording, because you want to watch it to see, okay, Where's my weak spot? Where's my weak spot here? What do I need to improve? How does it sound? Right? Then do another recording, overwrite it. Just keep on doing it over and over again until you get it. Because teleprompter reading is not natural. Nobody sounds good the first time. Unless you're an actor. Right? And obviously then you've done it before. Right? But Raymond, how many minutes did your value video come up to be?
It was like 2.
Okay.
2. I mean, well, that was the value video. That was just the well, was it the value video?
Was it an ad? No, it could be.
Yeah, it was the ad.
2 minutes on an ad? That's a bit long.
Let me see. Where was it? What's there? Let me look at it. Because
remember, with the ad, you gotta get them clicking like within seconds.
Yeah. I think I got a good 10 second hook on there.
Okay.
But hold on, let me look at it. I ain't got to look at it in a while.
I'm almost tempted to use like weird non-related hooks just to get people's attention.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
Short penis?
A minute and 20 seconds.
There you go. Like you can have hook. Like you can start with short penis. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just get them into it.
Wider than long. Just kidding. Wider than short penis. Now that I have your attention, I'd like to talk. Just something like that. Just as a gag.
Right.
But something that won't get banned.
Right.
Right. Bigfoot is real. I'm just kidding. And then you go forward, right? That could work, right? Because remember, what's the objective of the ad?
To get
their attention, get a click.
Right.
In order to get a click, you got to get their attention.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the end game there is get a click. Right. So you can start off with the earth is flat. And then you say, I'm just kidding. If you really believe that, scroll on by. I don't need to talk to you anyway. Right? Slavery is a choice. Something like that.
Somebody said that.
What's
Who
that?
said that?
Kanye
Somebody
West.
said that. Kanye.
Kanye West said that. Like, slavery is a choice, or so Kanye says. Mm-hmm. But on a different note, let's talk about something real. Then you go that, right? Like, what other controversial things can you say to get people's attention?
I'm building $1 billion ballroom.
I could do it. But no, okay. So
made of gold.
Let's get outrageous. It's like, I like trans people in men's bathrooms.
Oh,
you can say that one. There you go. That's controversial.
Yeah, you got his attention there.
You got your attention. A lady peed standing up next to me today.
I mean, you could use those little.
That wasn't no lady, Armand.
Wait, what was that?
You could use like my man from the LC Signs used the somebody doing something outrageous and you just cut and be like, nah, you don't want to do it like this. The guy, he'd be like, that was gay. You should get you a sign from LC Sign. You know what I'm saying? I got the #1 signs.
Yeah. You just got to find something to say that doesn't break any of the rules and doesn't use the word you. Right? I mean, for most things, actually, selling anything health-based, you shouldn't use the word you in your advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that can get it turned off, right?
Mm-hmm.
But something else like anything like business related, want to make $1 million? See, you didn't say the word you there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you satisfied where you are now? You can stuff like that, right? But right. I think an outrageous hook that's unrelated just to get their attention will work out fine.
Yeah.
Got crabs?
Got crabs.
Secretly gay? Something like that. You have to toss some random offensive stuff out there to get people's attention. What did that guy say? So you toss it out. Secretly gay? Yes, you heard me. Because they say, what did that guy say? Yes, you heard me. Right? Something odd and random. Elvis's love child, you know.
But yeah, guys, I gotta get up in the morning and go
Yeah,
back
it's
to.
that time. Yeah, I got a bunch of crap I got to take care of. We didn't talk anything serious today.
Yeah, we can save it because Ice just killed some lady. You know what I'm saying in Minnesota.
Yes, yeah, we glossed that one over. We glossed that one over.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Iran is totally unstable right now, and the prince has left the country. We could talk about that another time because you know what,
It'll
the
be there when
story is
we
going
come.
to keep developing.
It'll be there when we come back.
It will be there when we
There'll
come.
be more on top of it when we come back.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just one thing after another here today. I mean, like it's the nonstop dumpster fire. I mean, like, and the world is on fire right now.
Mhm.
And as long as nobody launches nukes, we're good,
Yeah.
right?
Hell
No
yeah.
harm, no foul. I mean, as long as that doesn't happen. And okay, real quick though, to end it off, regardless of where you stand on the Michigan ICE shooting, okay, I just gotta say this: don't try to disrupt people doing their jobs.
Thank you.
Don't put yourself in harm's way, whether it was correct or not. If you didn't want that to possibly happen to you, don't be in a situation where it can, right? If you don't want to get abducted in Mexico, don't be in Mexico, right? If you go to Cancun right now and somebody kidnaps you, well, is it right that they did that? No, right? But is there a chance of getting kidnapped in Cancun? Yes.
Yes.
It's still Mexico. You really shouldn't be there. Okay, here's another warning. Okay. If you are American, you should probably rethink being in another country right now. Okay. If you get poop thrown at you in Spain, or if you get beat up in Mexico, or if you're somewhere in Europe and people refuse to serve you and then you get in some altercation, dude, Americans aren't exactly loved around the world right now. You probably shouldn't be there. Okay? So read the room. Don't put yourself in a situation where where something that could happen to you that you don't want.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay? So if you're American right now, stay home. Right? If you are here in America and ICE wants you to pull over, pull over.
Pull over.
Okay? Don't give them lip. Okay? Half these guys just started. Okay? Other half of these guys have PTSD. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who's been in these situations before, any sort of crazy thing can happen. They can misconstrue any movement. Okay? If you're going to reach for a wallet, tell them I'm reaching for my wallet and move real slow. If they say stop, stop. Right? Don't just reach for your wallet because you're going to get killed. Okay? I'd shoot you if you were reaching for your wallet.
I'll shoot you if you try to hit me with your car.
Yeah. And the thing is, maybe you didn't try to hit him with your car, but it's a life and death split second decision. He's right next to you. Your car could easily swerve to the left. And people will say, oh, but if you look at the wheels, it was turned to... When you're standing right next to a car, you can't see the wheels. In fact, you're not looking away from the driver.
Look,
Okay?
we should pause this one because it does get deep.
It does get deep.
You would have saw the video of her wife talking shit like that.
Dude, yeah.
You
I mean, they were there. They were there to disrupt a bunch of people doing their job. I mean,
well, somebody came and disrupted you at your job.
Just, regardless whether or not it was it was a good, you just shouldn't have been there, period. And if you are there, you understand you're running that risk. I mean, could you imagine trying to stop a highway patrol car from pulling somebody over?
Man.
Right? Or getting in the way of a police officer chasing somebody? Throwing yourself in the middle of a high-speed chase to try to let the guy get away?
Man.
I mean, there's crazy stuff. But remember, the lesson here, don't be where you shouldn't be. And try to understand where you shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's just the thing, right? Like right now, if you're a white dude, you probably shouldn't be walking around in a Latino neighborhood by yourself. Because, somebody could just take it out on you, right?
Right.
Because people always think of ICE agents as white dudes. They're not all white dudes.
Nope.
There's a bunch of people who $100,000 signing bonus sounds good to. Okay? So, but still, if you're a white dude, you probably shouldn't be in certain places right now. Okay? If you're an American, there's a lot of places you shouldn't be right now. And don't just say, man, I'm exercising my right to be here. Your right to be there is not going to make you bulletproof.
Nope.
Okay? So Americans probably shouldn't be traveling right now. I ain't traveling. If I had plans to be in Europe or something, I'm canceling them.
You're right.
Because better safe than sorry.
Of course.
Right? And am I letting fear rule my life? No, I'm letting practicality rule my life. Okay. I mean, I could see the pyramids at some other time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So just keep that in mind. So people out there, I mean, if you want to protest, but do it legally. Okay? Being out there in a peaceful legal gathering is one thing. Trying to impede people from doing their jobs is another. Right? Getting out there and pretty much stopping your vehicle in the middle of the street so people can't get by you. You shouldn't be doing that. Right. Anyway, so that's our odd to be continued ending, because this will continue.
Will continue.
It's only going to get crazier. So expect another episode of talking about things that don't sound real as our dumpster fire continues.
Right.
Okay. I mean, everybody's wrong in some way on this, but I mean, that just shouldn't have happened.
Right.
And it wouldn't have happened if there's a lot of stuff would have made this not happen. But the most obvious one is, let's look at that situation real quick before we leave. Let's look at that situation. Who was there, right? There were a bunch of ICE agents there.
With guns.
Were they supposed to be there? Yeah. They're doing the nice enforcement, their job. People may not want them there, but they're there doing a job. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's their job. They're supposed to be there. Okay. So they're there. Okay. This woman forming a form of protest was there. Could she have been there on the sidewalk holding a sign? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Out of the way? Yeah. Okay. But was she? No.
Mm-hmm.
Was she trying to impede these people from their actual jobs? Yes. Okay. So in that situation, who should not have been where they were?
She wasn't.
Right? And when these guys tried to detain her, whatever they were trying to arrest or detain her, she decided she was going to boogie. What happens when you run from the cops?
They chase you or shoot you.
Bad things can happen. You could run from the cops and get into a very bad auto accident and kill other people by accident. You can do that, right? You can decide to try to barrel through their cars and injure one of them by accident. Okay? You could try to get away from them and not see another one and hit one of them, right? All sorts of crazy things could happen, right? They could feel threatened by your actions and shoot at you. You do not want to be running from cops.
No.
You always got to do exactly what they say. So when you get pulled over by a cop and they say, put your hands on the wheel, what happens if you don't?
Something bad, potentially shot.
Do exactly what they say. Right? So, I mean, that's the lesson for today. Whether or not what happened was right or wrong, that's not the issue. The fact is that there was a situation that she put herself in that turned ugly. She did not have to be there.
Did not have to do this. Lady did not have to die.
If you're choosing to do something like that, realize that it can turn really wrong really fast. Okay. Do you
Actions have consequences. Be
do you
careful.
really want to be there? Ask yourself that question before you do anything like that. Do you really want to be there? Is it really worth giving up your life to protest something like this? Okay. Because it could happen, right or wrong, it could happen. Okay. Just think about it from a practical point of view. Okay. We're not endorsing anything here. We're just saying that between those two parties, one was where they're supposed to be, one was not.
Mm-hmm.
And the choices done by the one who was not led to that situation, and that choice is made on the other side too. Was it right? Was it wrong? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, could it have been prevented easily, right? And between the two parties, one was there doing their job, one was there trying to stop the other one from doing the job.
Right.
Okay. So there's a situation. It's weird. It's unfortunate, but it's happening. So Americans, stay home. The world, you don't need to see the world right now because the world doesn't like you right now.
Who doesn't?
World, and we're not talking about because of this. We're talking because of Venezuela, which we're currently running.
Yeah.
Okay. And it looks like we're trying to run Greenland too. And we're probably going to end up running Iran.
Yeah.
And Iran, actually, the people would probably want us to step in at this point in time.
Yep. And have us run
Iran. Because Iran has shut off the internet.
Yeah. Oh, no. Elon Musk turned it back on with Starlink.
Right? But Iran, yeah. So his version.
It's the first step on us running Iran.
Yep. Send in the billionaires. Send in the billionaires to turn the internet back on. So when a government shuts off the internet and kills cell service, that something bad is going to happen, right? And supposedly 500 plus are dead already, but we're not really sure because the internet's off.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
And who is it? Didn't the Ayatollah run away?
Yeah. Well, no, he made plans to run away. I don't think he's ran away yet.
So So Iran is cracking down on its own people right now.
Yep.
And so it looks like we're being invited into there to do our thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to end up running Iran. So we'll pretty much own all the oil at the end of the year.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Welcome back to U.S. imperialism. I'm pretty sure that by the time his term is out, Trump will have his face on a piece of money.
Yeah.
He'll find a way to put himself on the quarter or something.
$3 bill.
The $3 bill.
Yeah.
Oh man. Or he'll retcon the silver dollar to be his. So like he'll make Kennedy's hair a bit taller, and it'll be.
Or give him the $1,000 bill, something like that. Something that we don't got yet.
So at some point in time, he'll be on there, and he'll probably have like a laurel wreath in his hair, like Caesar. And there we go. But we'll talk more about U.S. imperialism in our next episode, because that's we're back to that now. We're back to the law of the jungle. Might makes right.
Right.
Do unto others, then run like hell. We're back to that.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, right or wrong, it's happening, and I can't do nothing about it. So I'm looking for ways that it's going to benefit me.
Right.
Such is the world. Okay. Anyway, that should do it for us. Thanks for being here for another wacky one. And we'll see you in the next one. I'm Armand.
Your boy Raylo, man.
You Tatum over here.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.